Okay, so I always say that every session is another chapter in my book, and meeting in this room, I can now add this chapter has something very unique. Is I get to not only sit in the speaker's chair, but I now see in this infamous committee room, which is the finance committee room, in which so much occurs here. So this, but it's a big room, isn't it? Okay, so we'll introduce Amelia Giraldi from the Bank Commissioner, and who will introduce the bill and the amendment that we're passing around. Yeah, it's coming around. So-
Good morning. For the record, my name is Amelia Galdieri. I'm the Bank Commissioner for the state of New Hampshire. Thank you for this opportunity to provide information about House Bill 520. House Bill 520 was drafted at the request of the New Hampshire Banking Department. It started out as a technical fix. So about 2 years ago, the legislature, again at the request of the Banking Department working with industry, made a change to how the interest rate for escrow accounts is calculated. So if you have a mortgage and you have an escrow account, the bank or lending institution might be holding an amount in escrow to pay for your homeowner's insurance, your taxes, etc. And the banking department set the interest rate on that account. So the way we used to set it is we would do this kind of administratively burdensome request of our chartered entities to find out how much they're paying on deposit accounts. We would tally that all up, subtract one, and that would be the interest rate. And because that was burdensome on us to gather that information, burdensome on the entities that we regulated, we worked with the industry to change that, and we attempted to tie it to the Fed funds index. At the time, it was zero. It seemed like an easy solution, less administrative burden, good. However, we realized about 6 months after that legislation was passed that there was a cross-reference to that law in our mortgage bankers and brokers statute. Yep. So, and we had missed that cross-reference. So then, even though the banks were going forward with the new calculation, we still had to do the old calculation for the mortgage bankers. So this bill, as it's currently drafted, was meant to fix that and make them the same. After we saw, as this progressed, we heard from the Bankers Association in particular, but that because the Fed funds rate has been increasing, obviously, as we're all aware in the news. And it was becoming somewhat unmanageable, even from a logistical standpoint, because it was always changing. They would have to go and backdate, and it was a moving target, basically. So we worked with the bankers to come up with the amendment that's been circulated that effectively, one, ties it to a new rate, a new index set by the FDIC on the national deposit rate for savings accounts that's published by the FDIC. So we liked it because it was tied to an index, so we don't have to do the administrative burden. Additionally, this amendment sets the rate every 6 months. So that takes away the moving target aspect of it. And then we also requested there be a floor and a ceiling so that there's a minimum of 0.5% per year. That would be the minimum interest rate. And then there's a cap of, 0.05% is the floor. 0.5% is the cap for the interest rate that would be applied to the escrow accounts. And then additionally, you'll notice there's two sections because we caught it this time. There's the RSA 397A change, which mirrors the RSA 383B. So those two are effectively the same, just one governs mortgage companies and the other governs banks. So that's all. That's the explanation for what's in front of you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Representative McAleer.
I just have one question. And in the original bill, you were using the overnight rate, and now this rate is likely to be higher than the overnight rate, isn't it?
I don't think this rate, I think, is currently lower than the
Okay.
Fed funds index. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative.
My only question
yeah.
is, this is not it's not stamped unapproved amendment. So
Yeah,
I'm
this
not
is,
quite
yeah, this
sure
is
where-
from her. So we would take this over to Legislative Services and have
Oh.
a full amendment drawn up.
Okay, and it
And
replaces the
take it
bill.
up in subcommittee
Okay,
and then approve it.
all right.
But it didn't make sense to discuss
Yeah.
the bill in its current form when there
Right.
was already a proposed amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Herbert.
You're going to use the FDIC for, which is updated every 6 months, I think you said?
It's updated more often than that, but we set 2 dates and time to tie it to. So what so basically whatever the the rate is on October 1st will be, oh no, I'm sorry, July. So it gets published in July, October 1st it gets set, and then it gets published in January, and April it gets set based on the January rate.
Okay,
So we tied it to a point in time to make it administratively easier for the banks to apply.
I get that. I was just trying to figure out exactly what that FDIC rate was being applied to. And it's your, is your mortgages?
Your escrow account, if you have one.
They're all escrow accounts?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there any other, similar, I thought I heard 2. You did FDIC, but is there another index that you're going to be?
No, this is just going to tie it to the FDIC index.
Okay.
Previously, under current law for the banks, it's tied to the Fed funds index. But that will be no more if this passes.
Right. And the,
Alright.
and the 2 RSAs are the 2 different sections. So we,
Yes, yeah, because it's 2 different entity types that this would apply to: mortgage companies and banks, both of which have the thing in common that they might require that their customers have an escrow account, and this governs those escrow accounts.
Thank you.
okay. Yes, Representative Spear.
Thank you. This is for my own information because I'm new at this. But Section 9 describes a person that is allowed to collect this money or transmit this money that has no licenses. And I'm trying to describe what kind of a person is this? It sounds like somebody just walking off the street.
I think you're on the next bill. That's 522.
I'm so sorry.
We'll get
You're
to
right.
that one.
You see,
You'll
I
see
am
us
new.
again. You're going to see him. He has a nice
I'm
handout for you.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. Just a suggestion with respect to the document that you provided for us.
Yes.
Might be helpful if you do this in the future, if you would just indicate at the top of the document, state in 1 or 2 sentences what the rationale is for the changes that you're recommending. And so, because it's not there, let me just for you to confirm to me my understanding or to correct my misunderstanding. The reason that you're going to be using a less, shall we say, dynamic rate and move to a more static rate, because you're going to change this twice a year, is to make it administratively easier for the banks and the mortgage companies to administer. Just yes?
Yes.
Okay.
And also I would add for us as the banking department, because to the extent we receive a consumer complaint about an escrow account, this makes it much easier. Like, a common complaint that we get is, my escrow account is not being accounted for properly. They didn't pay taxes at the right time, fill in the blank. So this will make it easier for us to review as well.
Follow.
Further question?
Thank you. Do you foresee that there be any adverse impact upon borrowers, consumers?
No, I don't think so. I mean, currently the Fed fund rate is higher than this contemplates, but it's such a small, there's not tons and tons of money tied up at any given moment in an escrow account. There's a cushion, but it's not a voluminous amount. So I think there would be minimal, and that rate has only been in effect for like a year that's been changing. So I think it's pretty de minimis.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Oh, Representative Hammond.
What do you say? Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just trying to understand the last sentence, the 0.5% cap. Because maybe it's escrow, it's different than a savings account
Yes.
rate, but we're used to near zero interest rates. But as the Fed has been tightening, we're going to see interest rates on savings accounts go up. I'm looking at bank rate; it's between 3% and 4% right now. So if you just help me understand the cap on the 0.5%.
Sure. So an escrow account is both a service. It's like it's something that the bank requires of most consumers, but it also assists the consumer. So there's a balance, right? The bank is interested in having the escrow because it protects it helps protect the collateral, make sure that the taxes are paid. The consumer also benefits in some ways because the bank is effectively paying their taxes. They're providing a service. So we felt like that cap was a reasonable compromise of those two interests.
Well, beg the interest. How high would the interest rate to be higher than the 0.5%?
I'm sorry, say that one
How
more time.
well? So that's based on right now our interest rates are like 4%, right, or 5%, or
Yeah,
for a mortgage.
well, so a mortgage is different. This is for the escrow accounts. So there's a range. I mean, I think that New Hampshire chartered banks, like, which is what we based it on in the past. So for 13 years, this rate has been zero, because we would take in all the rates, the interest rates provided by banks, New Hampshire chartered banks, on their savings account, average them out and subtract one. That's how it used to be
To
calculated.
subtract one, right?
Yeah, we subtract one. So it's been zero for the whole time I've been at the banking department. Because it's an escrow account, not.
Right, but
a
I
savings
remember the
account.
days when interest rates were 16%. So
Oh,
so-
but well, I say that because for 13 years it's been zero, but I don't think maybe for 13 years now. I think there's been a range of potential if you have money in a savings account that you can
Right.
get if you move it around or whatever. So I think the goal is to be not burdensome and to strike that balance, because it's always a balance between, the consumer's interest and the service provided by the bank. So this struck us that this was a good balance based on that, because this will make it not zero. Like, it's never going to be zero again. And it's been zero for 13 years. So by setting that that floor. So like, it's a compromise, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so. If I just think one, so that for discussion purposes, that's if a CD was paying 1.5%.
Mm-hmm. You can't, but
I
an
would think
escrow
they're higher
account,
now, aren't they? Higher than that now?
it depends on where you look.
Okay.
But with a CD, you're tying
Yeah,
the
you're
money
tied
up
the
for a
money up. Exactly.
specific period of time.
Yeah, so you
Here
can't
you're
really
not.
compare it. It's because, again, they're providing that service where they pay the taxes, and there's a
So
burden on them.
There's assumption that the financial institution is not using that cash for anything else other than sitting
Correct.
in the escrow.
Because
account.
it has to, so most of them require it to be a cushion of so many
You got to
months.
be paid out every
Yep.
6 months. You're paying the
Mm-hmm. So there's,
taxes.
yeah.
Death and taxes twice a year. Have to die twice a year. Right?
Yep.
Question?
Okay, Representative Terry.
So in fact, the monies that are in the escrow accounts cannot be used for any other purposes. They're walled off.
That's a question for, I would
Be-
have
Because that really goes to the heart of the question that the chairman is
bank
raising
using
and Representative Ammon,
Yep.
that if interest rates are 2, 3, 4, 5%, and you've set a ceiling of 0.5%, and the banks or the mortgage lenders have an opportunity to take that money while it's in escrow and invest it, then they're making out pretty well when interest rates are higher than 0.50%.
Yes.
Am I not understanding this correctly?
So I would defer to the Bankers Association, because and I can't remember the exact numbers that they present me. I would need to do a little bit of research. I could probably get you that information for the subcommittee work session to give you the numbers on how much they cost, because operating an escrow account costs the bank money, is my understanding. And I would have to go and look at those exact numbers. I do understand what your question
But that's
is.
a huge, But
Well,
that's
it's
a
huge only if
But that's a
the-
huge difference as with respect to whether or not they can take all of the aggregate sums of all the monies that are in escrow and invest them on a dynamic basis, which I'm sure they're very capable of doing, or not being able to do that. And I mean, so yes, I would like an answer to
Yeah.
that question
Let
because
me-
I think it's absolutely critical.
Yeah, let me do a little bit of research. And the Bankers Association, I believe, is going to testify.
Correct.
They did some analysis on the cost versus the benefit of the escrow account that I'm sure that they can provide you. And I'm happy to go back and research your question further.
Yeah, so actually, it kind of begs the question of how people feel about the escrow accounts. Because I know for myself that my financial institution doesn't require escrow
Right.
because I have direct payment. I have automatic payments.
Yeah, it depends on the terms of any given mortgage, and that is set between the borrower and the bank at the time they contract. It really
Right.
depends on a lot of different factors: the financial wherewithal of the applicant for the loan, the collateral, all sorts of calculations go into whether or not you have an escrow. So you're correct. Not everyone has an escrow account.
Okay.
Sometimes it's mandatory.
Yeah, it's mandatory
Well,
sometimes.
that's the
Depending on
thing.
the
If they
amount.
say it's mandatory until you, when I say to them,
If you have a mortgage.
we're talking about a mortgage.
You're talking
now.
about mortgages.
But if you don't have a mortgage, you're not gonna get, you're not in an escrow account.
No, I'm
But
saying if I have a mortgage and the conversation was about do I, in terms of escrowing taxes, I can waive that escrowing of taxes
Yeah.
if I give them direct, automatic payment.
Right. It's only if the bank insists on an escrow that, because they want to make sure to pay you the insurance and the taxes, that this would
Correct.
come into play.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it depends on a lot of different factors. Any given person may or may not have an escrow account if they have a mortgage. It's creditworthiness, it's collateral
There's a
value.
lot of other
There's
things.
a lot of factors that go
Okay.
into whether
Loan to value.
loan to value, exactly. All sorts of factors.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. The chair will call on Ryan Hale from the New Hampshire Bankers.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt, members of the Commerce Committee. For the record, my name is Ryan Hale. I'm Vice President Government Relations for New Hampshire Bankers. We represent 38 member banks, which employ roughly 6,000 employees here in the state of New Hampshire. I come before the committee not a position on the underlying bill, but in support of the language that Commissioner Galdieri has provided the committee. We really appreciate her and her team's work on this to trying to address our concerns. Back when this bill passed 2 years ago, we were supportive of it, but after the rollout, there was some issues that did come up as far as the implementation, especially as the Fed continued to raise interest rates, and how it played with banks' core providers, which are the back-end systems that transact, that manage the transactions for the banks. In the original language of that bill that passed 2 years ago, it didn't specify exactly when that the interest rate had to be changed. So one would assume that it was immediate when the Fed raised the rate. And so the concern was, what we heard from some of our members was whether or not having to backdate. And if you missed a day or missed it by a day, we were told by one member in particular that they would have to then manually go in and change the interest rate on all 1,800 of their escrow accounts. So it did prove to be a very tedious process, and with it changing now monthly, this language addresses that concern by one, tying it to the FDIC savings account rate, as well as giving an on-ramp to when that has to be changed. I think the commissioner did a really good job explaining the escrow accounts. They are high maintenance accounts. One of my bankers shared that there's two individuals within the bank that manage these accounts for the bank. They have to monitor all the municipalities and changes to their taxes, and then issue checks twice a year in some cases, as well as pay the insurance. It is a service to the consumer, and it is a way to help protect the interest also of the bank by ensuring taxes are up to date. So at that point, I will pause. Representative Terry, great question about whether or not they can invest. I'm not sure about the answer, but I'm happy to look into that and get back to you. So happy to take any further questions from the committee.
Right, Representative Hammond.
Thank you for testifying, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current statute says that the interest rate is posted on the commissioner's website. If the commissioner shall post the rate on the department's website.
Mhm.
And so I'm trying to find it on the website.
Oh. Yeah.
So I guess I'm interested in what the rate is right now. That would be. So it's if somewhere on this website it says 0%. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Understood.
And is it 0 because of the -1? But it's the -1 that brought it down.
Savings account for all the state chartered banks and subtracted 1, so it's 0. That's under the old calculation.
Right. So you have to look, when you look at CD accounts, you got to look at New Hampshire banks, not Capital One, which he was looking at, which is 3.5%, 5%. Never used anyways. Right?
And their demand savings
No, I'm looking
accounts?
at the department website.
No,
just
I
for the
understand
record,
that,
yeah.
but I was the screen you looked at before, which shows you higher interest rates. Representative Herbert.
It's a good thing you have escrow because I mean that's a hedge. But and I'm assuming most people do have escrows on mortgages. Not everybody goes in and pays cash for a piece of property. What happens? And maybe 13 years is not more than ironic. What happens when all of a sudden a pant load of people go unemployed all of a sudden because the Federal Reserve created a recession? What's the impact on the banks in terms of these people now can't pay? 13 years ago, I think that was the situation, definitely common. So I'm curious as to what do you do if the Federal Reserve becomes successful and puts 20 million people out of work?
So I'm not.
I mean,
as
it's a good
far
thing
as
you have a
their-
hedge, but now they're not going to be paying. I just don't.
Yeah.
What happened the last time this happened?
We'll work on figuring it out.
They bailed
for
them
you.
out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm thinking of my condo association.
Chairman,
That was a would you believe? Okay.
I have an easy
Would you
one.
believe? Yes, Representative Terry.
So the account, so the rates that you're surveying are state chartered banks, yes, and they're what we might call demand savings accounts rates, not time deposits. What rates are you surveying on what kinds of accounts? Anybody?
So you have to. We have actually kind of sidetracked the whole conversation
But-
when we brought in CDs, okay, and CD interest. What we have heard from the bank commissioner is that is probably not the right thing to do because no one is in that position to say, well, do I want to have an escrow or do I want to put the money in the CD and earn a higher interest rate, and then tell the bank, oh, you can have that you can have that as collateral to making sure I pay my taxes on time. Okay, so that conversation doesn't exist. The issue was that when Representative Ammon brought up, it says, boy, this is a pretty low percent. You know, why is it so low? Because in the reality for banks, evidently, it's really a burden to run these escrow accounts because they got to hire multiple employees. They've got to segment the money. They got to write that check, you know, twice a year. They've got to keep track of it. And so they're saying is, how do you factor in the cost that the bank has to maintain that escrow account, which you would not have if you were saying, oh, that money's in my CD and I have my CD set up to roll over every 6 months so that it can make my payment for my property tax bill.
Well, that's a reasonable supposition, which you've just laid out there. But the way I was attempting to frame the question is if passbooks, what we used to call passbook savings accounts, get to a point where they're paying 3% or 4%, and the escrow cap is 0.5, and I had the option of whether or not I wanted to have an escrow account, I'd be out of my mind, financially speaking, to opt for an escrow account when I could be making 4% on his passbook. But what we're getting at here is the people who are mandated to have escrow accounts, and they would only be able to get 0.5 under this provision
I
rather
believe
than
it's
3 or 4.
mortgage is a very active marketplace. And so no one is being mandated to have that escrow account. That would be the relationship that you have with that bank that is giving you that mortgage. And if you don't like it, if you don't want to do the escrow account, you certainly are free to go shop around to another bank.
Perhaps. Practically speaking, if your loan to value is 98 or 99%, I would challenge you to find a lending institution that is going to give you the option of not having an escrow account. And I speak on personal experience.
Okay. So I think we're getting a little off the subject here. So you know, I mean, in terms of, do we want to clean this up? This is something that it seems a reasonable compromise between the banking department trying to do this efficiently and for the banks. If you don't want it, if you want to leave the old law, you don't want to pass anything. But in terms of changing this 0.5%, they have, in my mind, they have made a case for why it's such a low number. And like I say, is I know for myself personally, there are banks that will waive it. So, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm not challenging the amendment to the bill at all. I just have a question that I think is closely related to it. And I probably should have asked this question of the previous person who testified. So if you can't answer it, just say so. But my question is, how do these requirements for interest apply when a mortgage is purchased through the secondary market by an out-of-state bank?
So I believe when it's sold off to the secondary market, the bank still retains the servicing rights. It's my understanding, and they would then, I believe, still pay the insurance and taxes for
Further inquiry?
Further inquiry?
Would you believe that from personal experience, I can tell you this is not the case? Because my mortgage was purchased by a bank in Florida, and it took me a considerable amount of time to persuade them that in New Hampshire, you have to send the property taxes to the city and not the county. They kept trying to send my property taxes to the county, which of course was not going to work in New Hampshire. So the taxes from the escrow account were definitely being handled by the bank in Florida that had bought out the mortgage.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I apologize, but I misunderstood your question, your original question, as far as the secondary market. But I believe I understand now what you're saying is if it was sold to another out-of-state bank, it would be on that out-of-state bank to still take the escrow they require the escrow and pay those taxes and insurance.
And
Further
the
question, you
interest?
may inquire.
Sorry?
Further question?
Clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you. And my original question was, how do these requirements for interest regarding interest apply to that out-of-state bank?
So it's, again, thank you for the question. It's my understanding that and I think the commissioner may be able to help with this, but it's my understanding that out-of-state banks, if it's a mortgage in New Hampshire that is required to pay interest on escrow, or I'm sorry, that takes an escrow, they fall under the requirement to pay interest on that escrow if it's a mortgage in New Hampshire. And again, I would turn to the commissioner for clarification on that.
Yeah, why don't you come up to the mic? Yeah,
I can project pretty good.
yeah, but
Um,
but people at home can't hear you.
Okay. So okay. My understanding of your question, and I apologize, I couldn't quite hear from back there everything that was being said. My understanding is you had a mortgage that was perhaps originated by an entity that was a state chartered bank. It was sold to a Florida state chartered bank. I don't know if we've ever been presented with that question before. The RSA 383B applies to state chartered banks. RSA 397A applies to mortgage bankers, mortgage brokers, mortgage servicers that are licensed with us. If it was a licensed entity, no doubt yes. If it was a New Hampshire bank, no doubt yes. I've never been presented with that version of it. I would have to do some research. I would also say that based on the beginning of your question, if you had that much trouble with the entity, you're welcome to file a complaint with us and we would look into it. That would be my advice, and then we could do a deeper dive into it. But off the top of my head, I'm not sure. This statute applies to state chartered banks.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Seeing none, we thank you all.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify on House Bill 520? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on 520 and send it to subcommittee. Okay. Next up, 522, relative to money transmitters. Yes, yeah, I do. Having me introducing the bill would be a waste of time. And I hate waste of time. Especially with my committee members' time. Very important to not waste their time. Okay. I will introduce again our bank commissioner, and I'm sorry.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt. My name is Seth Zaraki. I'm the general counsel
Right,
at the
that's
banking
why I
department.
can't remember it. So I don't know any of the Sarakis. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. As I said, my name is Seth Zaraki. I've served as general counsel at the banking department since late spring of last year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning regarding HB 522. This is an act relative to money transmitters. This bill was drafted by the banking department staff, and we sought sponsorship for this bill. HB 522 adds 9 exemptions into New Hampshire law from what's called the Model Money Transmission Modernization Act. So before getting into the details, I think it would be helpful for me to give some general background about money transmitter regulation. So what's a money transmitter? Under current state law, money transmitters are companies that receive money for transmission to another location or sell or issue payment instruments or stored value. Persons who are engaged in the non-exempt business of money transmission are subject to the banking department's jurisdiction and regulation. Now, money transmitters that may be familiar to you would include Western Union, MoneyGram, PayPal. That's just to name a few of the department's approximately 175 licensees. Many of these companies are nationwide, some are global, and there are some that are regional. The money transmitter industry has shown significant growth both in transmission volume and in the variety of companies that operate in this space. Nationally, operating companies have more than doubled since 2015, and this is largely driven by the boom in what we call fintech payment providers. So what does all this mean? New Hampshire's money transmitter law is due for modernization. When a company operates in all 50 states, you can imagine the burden that it creates on the company when they have to operate under a patchwork of 50 different state statutory regimes and variations in the law. So we believe bringing uniformity to the state laws in this area is better for business, it's better for the regulators, and it's ultimately better for the consumers. So let me talk about what I referred to as the Model Money Transmission Modernization Act. And this is where the exemptions that are in our bill, that's where they come from. So the model law was developed by a joint working group of state regulators and industry experts. And the purpose of it is to set nationwide standards and requirements for money transmission that are designed to protect consumers and also enable local innovation. The standardization of exemptions from money transmitter licensing will promote consistency among the states. It'll make it easier for companies to operate in multiple states, and it will also make it easier for state regulators to leverage common practices and analysis. The common standards will eliminate unnecessary barriers to interstate commerce. They will eliminate inconsistency across the state regulatory regimes, and they will protect New Hampshire's interests against the threat of federal preemption in this area. So the idea is to keep accountability for money transmitters at the state level. HB 522, this bill represents New Hampshire's first step in implementing the model law. So these additional exemptions that we are seeking to add into our law are a piece of the model law, although they're a significant piece for industry and regulators. And I think in next year, the banking department intends to incorporate a much broader swath of the model law, and that will be next year. We decided this year to focus on this piece since it was important to the industry and regulators, and undertake that larger effort next year. So HB 522, it specifically adds 9 separate exemptions to our money transmitter law. As a general matter, these new exemptions have 2 common themes. The first is they provide exemptions in situations where consumers, upon sending their funds, they're no longer liable to the ultimate intended recipient of the funds if those funds are never received. And then the second piece is they provide exemptions for entities that are regulated under federal law. You know, one of the exemptions is for the USPS, the U.S. Postal Service. In the bottom half of the handout, I go through, there's a description of each of the 9 exemptions in some detail. So I'd refer you to that for the technical details of the 9 exemptions. And thank you for consideration of this bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Yes, Representative Herbert.
Is this part of what's the organization in UCC?
No, that would be insurance would be COIL, but it has a similar entity. But
So this was developed by what's called the Conference of State Bank Supervisors in connection with industry. So it's the CSBS. I think we spoke a little bit about the CSBS at one of the orientation session with this committee.
All right.
It is different than the Uniform Law Committee. The Uniform Law or Commission, I can't remember if it's the committee or commission. They're the ones who developed
commission.
the UCC code change. This is a different entity. Yep.
right, but it's more like COIL, the Council of Insurance Legislators, or not COIL, but National Association of Insurance Commissioner, NAIC, has the commissioner. They do it at that level. They do. So
I think that's correct. I'm
probably-
not so familiar with the
Thanks.
insurance
Yeah.
version.
okay. Yes, Representative
Thank
You
you.
know, I would say that I'm breaking our rules to letting you and I testify on this bill.
Well,
so
I
would
I was just going to ask a question.
Exactly.
My question is this, as I read
But you
this,
didn't testify. That's why you're allowed to. Yeah.
as I'm reading this, or as I read the bill, it seemed to me that you could have a organization or a money transfer who is exempt on this much of his business, but not exempt on that. If that's the case, do they only report on the business they're non-exempt from, or does that make them cover the exempt as well?
Yeah, we would only regulate the non-exempt
Okay.
portion of their business.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here who would like to testify on House Bill 522? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. So for the next bill, anybody who wants to testify, please turn in your cards. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 595 and hear from our bank commissioner again.
Good morning again. For the record, my name is Amelia Galdieri. I'm the bank commissioner for the state of New Hampshire. I don't have anything super prepared for this. We're neutral on this bill. I just wanted to make myself available to answer any questions you may have. This was drafted as a result, I believe, of a study committee from last year, and this was the recommendation from it. I would point out that there is a slight issue with it. How this got drafted, I imagine, is it got lifted out of the bank commissioner's law and is now being placed under the treasurer's
State treasurer.
jurisdiction. However, when they did that lift, they left in a reference to our costs. So we have a provision under current law that allows us to charge the pool for the banking department's costs in administering the pool. And that reference is on, sorry, I should have had it right at my fingertips, but it's, I think it's at the end.
Yeah, but it's repealing a bunch of stuff. But you
Yeah.
said
You know what line it is? 22. On page 1. Yeah, page 1
Okay.
of the bill, line 22.
RSA 383
11. So that would need to be changed because that's how we calculate our per diem rate. And I'd imagine the state treasurer has a different way that she would like her costs factored in.
Okay.
But other than that, that's just more of a technical issue. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the PDIP.
Representative Spear.
I think I'm on the right bill this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll find out.
In reading this, and I don't know the history, but in reading this, I looked up the account that it's in, and it's a AAA rated account, so it's apparently managed very well, or at least very safely. And into the account goes money from all kinds of municipalities and all sorts of things that go into this oh, I forgot the name. of
Public
it.
deposit investment
Right.
pool.
The investment pool. And now what we're suggesting in this bill is to put it under the state control, under the state treasurer. As opposed to the banking commission, which is where it was managed up to now and doing well. Why are we doing that?
So generally, broadly speaking, we testified to this before the study committee. So the banking department is a regulatory agency. What we specialize in is going into entities and examining them and determining whether they're complying with laws, rules, and safety and soundness regulations. We're not investment advisors, although sometimes our paths cross with them. And I think that the better person to handle these is the state treasurer, because that's more their area of expertise, just from a high level. There's all sorts of nitty gritty other reasons that I could give you, but I think that in my mind is the biggest, highest level. Additionally, there's an element where banks, state chartered banks that are regulated by the bank commissioner, compete with the pool for these deposits. And so that creates a conflict for me as the bank commissioner, because on one hand, I have to sort of promote this PDIP pool, and then on the other hand, ensure the safety and soundness of these entities that are competing with it. It's just a little strange. So I think it's a better fit under the state treasurer.
Right. That it's a member of the study committee. That was the reason. Yep. Yes, Representative
Thank you,
McLeod.
Mr. Commissioner. I agree with that point exactly. As I was reading through this, it seemed to me that there had to be a little bit of conflict of interest if banks, but going back on this, is this taking place because a few years ago, they allowed this investment pool to go beyond fixed income, and so now they're looking for maybe, and it also said investment advisor. It didn't talk about multiple advisors, and I was a little concerned about that they couldn't hire, 2 or 3 or 4 different investment advisors to handle different sectors.
So the public, I can't speak to the first part of your question. I'm not quite sure. The pool was set up in 1991. I think that given, I was not around at that time, but given the economic situation, I think there was concern that public deposits have this option available. Public municipalities and so on and so forth, the entities that deposit into the pool have this option to safely deposit their funds. I believe that's, in a nutshell, the history. And then there is just one investment advisor. That's how it's set up by the statute. We do an RFP every 5 or 10 years. I can't quite remember, whatever it says in the statute, to make sure that we have a investment advisor who can handle the fund, the
Just
pool.
follow
Further
up.
question may inquire.
Who do you know who the investment advisor is at this point?
It's PFM, and they've been doing it pursuant to the RFP. They won the bid, and they've been managing it now for, I think,
Long time.
a long time. Yeah, 10 years, 8. I've been at the bank department for 10 years, and it's been them basically the whole time.
Someone's here to represent. Do you want to testify?
Oh, yes. 2015. Mm-hmm. Before that, it was Cutwater, an entity called Cutwater was the investment advisor.
Just to
Yep,
follow up, but
further question.
my question is, I believe that at the time they took this over, it was basically under we'll call it the prudent man rule, and now I think it's under the prudent investment investor, which allows these municipalities to invest more aggressively. So, for example, I'm a trustee of the trust funds in Jackson, and when I came on there, this is all they had, and they were earning 0.38, and so we moved to took the money out of there and put it with an investment advisor, and now we're investing in stocks and all that stuff. So I thought that they had this pool had the option to do that, and that's what I'm trying to find out.
Would you
So-
believe?
So I think that what you're talking about, and I'll have to think about this a little bit more, so bear with me. I think that where a town can invest their funds, say, use a town as an example, there's all sorts of entities that might be depositing money in the pool. But where a town, for example, can invest its funds is governed by another statute altogether that's not under my jurisdiction. I think it's an RSA 21. want to say, or 7. It's a low number RSA.
Yeah, 20.
Um,
Yeah, state
is it
government.
20?
Local,
Okay.
local government. Yeah.
Okay. And that sets out a variety of investment options for towns with their funds. So I think that's what you're getting at, not necessarily this, but I could be misunderstanding. I apologize.
We will be taking this up in subcommittee, so you
Okay,
can
that's
pursue
fine.
this
Yeah.
at that
and
point.
please, like, come to me offline and we can
Yeah.
talk about your question so I can be sure to get you an answer.
Thank you.
So I have no more cards. The state treasurer, would you like to testify at all? Or I know it's an honor to have you here and in the Commerce Committee.
Because my only comment was pointing out that technical defect of the bill.
Yep.
Other than that, the state treasury doesn't take a position. We will simply follow the direction of the legislature in this case. The only comment I will add to that is that again, we will be willing to administer the pool if it comes to us.
Great. And do you know what the correct RSA should be?
We don't really have a specific methodology the way the banking department does, so we will simply track our time, and also we will learn how much of an administration will take. So again, we'll simply just track our time and perhaps charge the pool based on that.
Right. So we're going to just delete after the word per diem examination charge, delete established in the RSA 3831:11 1. Right. Just
The whole
provided
sentence,
that the
perhaps
requirement no.
the cost of personnel assistant through the end of the sentence shall not apply. So from line 22 to line 25.
Okay. So the whole sentence. Right. Right. Okay.
That will still allow
The private
that will
investment
still allow
advisor
us
retained under
to charge
paragraph
the
2.
pool.
Right. You still have that.
Well, then I'll be happy to answer
All
any
right. So at
questions.
this moment, I'm going to start. I'm going to remain. You want the whole sentence? The cost of personnel assistant in the operation of the pool shall be determined in accordance with per diem examination. You want that delete also? You want the whole sentence deleted, or you want to leave just that per diem charge? Or?
That will work, Mr. Chairman, just because we do not have that specific methodology. Again, we will have to figure out really a methodology for us, but we will probably start tracking our
Okay.
time.
So we're going to do a subcommittee. So it would be great if you guys spend a little time, and if you want to
Absolutely.
create something for us, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Happy to do
Okay.
that.
Great. Thank you. Does anybody else want to testify? I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but you're all set. Okay. All right. So I have no other cards, and no one wants to speak. We will close the public hearing. See? To marvel how I do that, huh? All right. We'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 648 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Gerhardt. You did fill out a pink card, right? I see you have a pink card in your hand. Okay, you'll get it to me afterwards. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Bill, my name is Jason Gerhardt. I represent Northfield Franklin, Merrimack 25. Bill 648, establishing a state-owned bank, sounds very intensive, but it's really not that complicated. The state of North Dakota has had a state-owned bank since 1919. It was in regards to essentially a farmers' revolt against the powers that ought not be back east that controlled the banking sector. So they said, hold on, we can just do this ourselves. They take all tax revenue by law, put it into the state-owned bank, and then they're able to leverage it, which you only need 10% of a bank's reserves. So they can loan out essentially 9 times what they have in their vaults to the state for state infrastructure. Now, North Dakota has extended their bank's purview a little bit. They've actually gotten into dealing with student loans and some other things that actually benefit the people of the state. So it's one of those things where obviously it can be tailored to the desires of the state and the people's needs. So it's not this, this structure that can't be altered. I have given you a packet of paper, which the first 2 pages is what I want to discuss first, in that this bill, the state-owned bank does not compete with local banks. It is actually there to support them, to provide liquidity to them. For instance, look at the chart on page 2. North Dakota has way more banks. Per 100,000 people, they have nearly 12 banks, where the U.S. average is 2. So obviously they've been doing something right. And on the first page, the second paragraph, the small state of North Dakota has more community banks than Hawaii, Maine, and New Hampshire combined. These states together have more than 6 times as many residents as North Dakota. And this is from I have it here. It's a Northeast Midwest Public Policy Institute paper, just detailing the applicability of public banks to that sector of the country. Now, in the facts page, this is from the Public Banking Institute, which is run by a woman named Ellen Brown. She's an attorney actually out in California, but she's been pushing this public banking concept for a long time, and the information they have on the website is amazing. I was actually just in touch with them late into the hours last night, getting everything squared away, and she submitted to you guys a 2-page written testimony that was emailed to you. So I'll just kind of talk a little bit about that, but I won't detail it. So let me go this route. Does the Bank of North Dakota actually make any money for the state? That's kind of critical to this whole thing. It's not just a feel-good thing. According to the Wall Street Journal, this is in a 2014 article, the Bank of North Dakota is more profitable even than Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan Chase. Per its latest annual report in 2021, the Bank of North Dakota had a return of investment of 15%, $10 billion in assets, and an S&P rating of A+ stable. That same year, J.P. Morgan Chase had an ROI of 8%. It's pretty impressive when you look at it. And what I like the most about the concept is that it's completely public accessible. We know where all the money's going, and it stays within the state. So we're not dealing with Bank of America, or whatever, any of these major mega banks where they're taking the money and just shipping it out. All the money is staying here for things we need. So when you build a bridge or any kind of public infrastructure, half the cost of that project goes to interest payments. And especially now that the interest rates are going up, why would we spend double the amount of money we need to build a bridge when we can just do it ourselves with our own money? I don't see the rationale. And especially, she addresses this in her testimony. So, what about risk, she writes? The largest Wall Street banks, where most states currently bank, are facing massive hidden risks in the forms of trillions of dollars in derivative holdings. J.P. Morgan Chase alone has $55 trillion in derivatives. Some financial commentators are pointing to these speculative bets as the black swan that could take down the economy. She doesn't, it's in here somewhere, but I don't know where it is and I don't want to waste your time. But also we have the issue of bail-ins. So we're all familiar with bailouts when the government comes and gives banks a bunch of money that just disappears. But in Cyprus and elsewhere, they actually took depositors' money to cover their losses. That's what they call a bail-in. So I see no reason why we should put the people of New Hampshire at risk for that. If our state tax money is going to these banks and all of a sudden they say, hey, guess what, guys, we're broke. We are all in this together. I don't want to be in it together with them. I think we should just go our own way. And I mean, it's an American tradition. I mean, the farmers out in North Dakota said we're done. And I don't know. I just find that so amazing. So what else are we looking at? The transparency is obvious, so politicians can't take this over. I would really like to answer some of your questions instead of just going on and on, if anybody has some.
Some
Or I'm
questions.
open to questions.
We'll go in reverse order. Representative Burrows, you're first.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question over here.
Okay.
My question is, my understanding is North Dakota is the only state bank in the country. So this thing has been so wildly successful. Why are they the only one doing this?
One word answer, lobbyists. So there was actually a white paper put out. I believe it was, I was trying to look for it last night, but I couldn't. It's out there somewhere, but I forget what it is. The Rockefeller funded something. It actually has Rockefeller right in it. But they put out a white paper in 2017 or so saying that, New Hampshire doesn't need this bank and blah, blah, blah. The established banks, they would stand to lose a lot in the way of fees. So another thing that's interesting, and they got caught red-handed. I mean, the mega banks are they're felons on a whole nother level. But literally, they just pay the fines and write them off on their taxes and keep it moving. But there was a scandal where they were manipulating the interest rates paid to towns. So if I want to build a bridge, I get a $50 million loan to build it, or a school, let's say. You don't spend all that money at once. So you slowly take out of that. And the money that's remaining in that account, they're supposed to pay you interest on, which is competitive market rate. Well, they were playing games with their other friends and keeping the rate artificially low. That was a big scandal. Don't quote me on the exact name of it, but if you want, I will submit testimony as regards to that. Rolling Stone, Matt Taibbi actually did an article on it. He's a really good writer, and that was very well done. But
Follow up.
For the question you may inquire.
What other organizations, banking, the banking department, who else has been involved in putting this bill together, and who have you consulted who would be impacted?
not many. So getting elected, I didn't realize the timeline was so tight in submitting bills. So I'm not going to lie, I kind of was, but I wanted to get this in because I campaigned on this. I literally went door to door in Franklin and Northfield, and people are excited about this. I mean, why would you want to spend double on a public infrastructure project? It doesn't make any sense. There's no justification for it. We're going to go through an institution that has less transparency, could eventually steal your money. And besides that, I mean, they're engaged in a whole bunch of shady stuff anyway. At least we'll know now that the money is somewhere safe and stays in New Hampshire. That's the critical thing to this, as far as I'm concerned. Keeping the money here. It's our money.
Representative Spears next.
I glanced through the papers that you gave, and
Yes.
I found most of those online myself.
Okay.
New Hampshire collects its taxes and its fees, keeps what it does with that money is controlled oftentimes very locally at municipalities like property taxes. State taxes are used for things within the state. No one consults anybody outside of the state. We don't give our money to people to control it as they did when North Dakota started their problem. We don't do that here. It's not like we go and ask a bank in New York, are we allowed to build a bridge? We don't. Everything is done locally here. In order to do this, we would have to take our money from the taxes, and instead of the state treasurer and everybody else who we have constituted to take care of that money for us with a triple A rating, we're going to ask a new bank to take that money instead. Is that what we're asking them to do? Start up just a whole nother new bank to make up for all the laws and all the control we have on what happens to our money now. Is that what you're asking for?
No, I would say that the treasurer is intimately involved with the runnings of this bank. This is not some kind of shade ball operation. It's so Bank of North Dakota has one building. That's it. There's no branches, so it doesn't compete. This I know that wasn't your question, but it's contained within that one aspect. And what I would say is, when we're taking our taxes and we're putting it into any account, any municipality, whatever it may be, that let's say it's $1 million. That $1 million just sits there. Now, yes, we're getting interest, whatever, 1%, but with the magic of fractional reserve banking, you can multiply that in loans essentially 10 times. So if I have $1 million in my vault, I can loan up to 9 times. I only need 10% of that sitting in the vault. If this makes any sense, I know it doesn't really make sense, and it really shouldn't be this way, but this is the magic of fractional reserve banking, and hence our problems since the Federal Reserve. But so you're actually able to multiply that money and then use it for loans, and you're loaning it to entities that aren't going to go out of business. If we build a bridge in Concord, is Concord going to disappear tomorrow? Are they going to run off with the money and go to the Bahamas? It's one of those kind of things where these are investments that are extremely stable. And I just want to add, unrelated but related, that I'm on eDNA, and we've been dealing with a lot of pension issues. And there's actually people throughout the country that are looking into taking the pension money that's just sitting there. I mean, you know, it's making 6.5% or whatever their figures are, their targets. But if we could take that money and then multiply it 9 times, there's no loss if they're all secure loans, and you don't have to leverage it to the max. I'm just saying that's one idea, one theory, and there's other bills inside the states.
Am I allowed to ask a follow-on?
Follow-up question. Yes, go ahead.
Why would those loans be any more secure than whatever the banks are doing now? People,
I got you. So the issue is fees generally. So she discusses it here. Here we go. All right. According to Moody's, the municipal bond default rate between 1970 and 2012 was 0.012%, virtually zero, versus 3.6% for corporate bonds. Okay, so they're very safe. Yet a costly and involved certification process is required to qualify municipal bonds, and bond underwriters get the fees. These big out-of-state banks have been caught in collusion, which I mentioned earlier, bid rigging, and bad swap advice, paying over $2 billion in fines and fees since 2000. To avoid those fees, some local governments have been borrowing directly from the banks. According to Moody's, 20% of new municipal borrowings are direct bank loans. Advantages include lower rates, fewer regulatory hurdles, and lower transaction costs, including avoiding fees for rating agents, credit enhancements, bond trustees, and their attorneys. There's also no need for voter approval. New money is created as credit for the local economy. And rather than paying interest for 30 years on a jumbo bond, the municipality can just draw on its credit line with the bank as needed. Does that kind of make sense? Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a carpenter, so this banking stuff's a little bit new. But just to me, it's very basic, and I just love the fact that a bunch of farmers said, "Hold on, we're done." And I'm not saying that this bill that I submitted is perfect. It most likely can use some work, and there's actually some suggestions that we were discussing about it. But I think the basic concept is solid. So,
Okay, we have a lot of questions. Next up is Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. And thank you, sir.
thank you.
You've given us pages 21 and 22 of a document. Can you tell us what that
Yes.
document is and where we can find the rest of it?
I will submit it to you. I was worried about sending you 3 million pages before the hearing. Go, whoa, and everybody just calling sick today. It's the Northeast Midwest Institute white paper, Public Banking in the Northeast and Midwest States, September of 2019. I will submit it to the not the whole paper.
If you
I'll
just
submit the link.
send the whole
link.
thing, email. I mean,
You
just
want the
send it.
whole report?
Yeah.
As a PDF?
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. Doesn't got no printing paper unless they print it on their own.
Well, no, it was 90 pages. I was going to print
No,
it. I was going to send you the link, but I'll send
No.
the PDF if you want. No problem.
We've seen big stuff. Okay. Representative McAvoy.
Thank you. Obviously, this is going to take some capital. And that's my question. How much capital do you think is going to be required to get it started? And what sources in New Hampshire do you think it'll come from?
There's a paragraph that addresses that exact issue. So I don't, but So what about capital? The amount required and where to get it depend on state regulations and what you want the bank to do. That's the critical thing. We have to figure out what we want this bank to do, its scope. But we've seen figures ranging from 10 million to 35 million, depending on the state. Sources could include a budget appropriation, bond issue, or debt for equity swaps, trading securities for non-voting term shares.
You do realize a bond issue is illegal under the banking department's collateral requirement. I mean, cash value. In other words, it has to be real money to be invested in a bank in New Hampshire. You would be violating New Hampshire state bank regulation.
Okay, I'll have to work on that then.
Okay.
That could be a problem.
Representative Terry.
Thank you.
No? Oh,
You've given us a lot
yes.
and a lot to think about. I find this to be a fascinating proposal. The states are laboratories for innovation. That's one of the beauties of our federal system. You're new. You've just presented this for the first time. I'm wondering if you would be at all amenable to a suggestion of a study committee or a study commission so that more broadly representative input could be provided to this committee.
Definitely. Yes, I think the more people we can get involved, especially the state agencies, and try to figure out what we want this bank to do, what is, indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Burrows.
Thank you. I just needed a clarification because it's, in the beginning of the bill, it said that this is narrowly focused on public funds, but yet on page 2, it said that the board advisory committee is going to actively enlist the help of private enterprise and encourage the use of the bank. So could you explain that?
Well, I would say that that's more related to the first page when we're talking about how North Dakota has the most banks per capita. This bank is designed to support the smaller banks who are really being squeezed out. That's the main goal as far as I'm concerned, because smaller banks are more intimately involved with their corresponding neighborhoods and whatever you want to call it. So if we have many smaller banks, it provides more competition, lower rates, and better service for the individual communities involved, instead of just having mega bank that everybody's got to travel to. Does that make any sense? Am I answering the question?
Follow up? Yeah, I'm still confused. How are you separating public and private funds if you're getting, how are let me rephrase it. How are these community banks involved if the state bank is basically just overseeing public funds?
So instead of having to go to the Federal Reserve essentially for a line of credit, they would go to the state bank. That's my point. Does that make any sense? So they're not dealing with the major.
Okay, well, I think we'll clarify
Right,
that as we
this-
move
Yes.
on.
Okay. I'm probably answering it wrong, so I'm not. I apologize.
Representative Ammon, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Laptop is useful for doing research. Would you believe this is the 6th time this bill has come before this committee? It's a bipartisan issue. The last time it was submitted in 2019, it was sponsored by Representative Marple and Representative Horgan. So that's a bipartisan bill. So
right.
we have some history to go through, would you believe, to see why it didn't pass this committee 5 other times.
Yes, that would be more than welcome, and I would just say it most likely has to do with the powers that ought not be trying to put the squash on it. I think this is a very, very big deal. Not me, I'm not saying, but the idea of just having a public bank. For instance, Tennessee right now, there's a Senator Nicely that's pushing their bank, but they're actually combining it with a gold depository, and I think that's an interesting twist that might have some interest in the state. But just the idea of it's all about keeping our wealth here. I don't know if I'm getting that message across, but yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to request some clarification.
Sure.
Earlier, it sounded as if the purpose of this bill and the purpose of establishing a state bank was to provide a better means of funding public projects. But you also just said that the main goal was to support smaller banks. Could you clarify a little bit about the goals of this proposal?
Well, the smaller banks could provide money for public infrastructure projects. It's all really how we format the bank and what the authority line. If the smaller bank has the ability to provide the loan at a competitive rate, then I think we should go that route instead of going directly to the state-owned bank. It's just they're the clearinghouse. That's basically what I'm trying to get across.
Great. So before I let you go, you do know that, like, for student loans, we have NIFA, we have that set up, and we have the BIA for business loans. So that all those things that bank does, we actually have here in New Hampshire, but we just have it structured differently than having it through their one state bank. You do know that, right?
Well, I would say, are they able to leverage it though? Essentially 9-to-1, the
So-
money that they have.
Okay, so I'm not sure where you're going with that, but let me ask you another question. That is you kept talking about banks. So New Hampshire is very lucky to have the very first credit union,
Mm-hmm.
which is a nonprofit, community-oriented.
Yep.
You didn't mention them credit unions at all when you're talking about your comparison to other states with banks. And I would say is that we have a very lively credit union association here in New Hampshire that would be doing those community loans and be focused on the communities and taking care of the communities, that much which you were hoping this state bank would be. And the last thing I'll leave you with, because we have had this bill before, and I have been around for a fair amount of time, that the number one issue was that North Dakota was able to start their bank because at the time they had a huge windfall tax on resources that were being mined out of the state. And what they were trying to do is, what should we do with this money? Well, how about let's make sure the farmers can borrow it. Let's make sure the farmers can tap into it. And that's why they created that state bank, because they had a windfall. Unless we can figure out how we can get more people to buy granite, I'm not sure we have any resource here that somebody wants to come and quarry and give the state a huge windfall.
I appreciate that. As far as credit unions go, the problem is they can't multiply their money as banks can. So if they have $100 in their vault, they can't now loan out 9 times that amount. They don't have, the reserve requirements aren't 10% like they are for commercial banks. That's the difference. Does that make any sense?
So we have requirements on, under our banking
Yes.
statutes that the credit union has to comply with, just like any bank requires. Okay, so when you talk about their resources, the money, and the last time I saw this bill, not Marple's bill, I don't even remember that one, but Representative Valley Fraser put it, was the idea of that if you could take the state's checking account and just put it over there, but you can't call that reserves, because that's a moving account. That money's going in and out. Reserves is sunk, capital that's in an institution. That's what you need to find. Is you need to find $100 million that you can give to this institution, and that is their asset. Then they can loan based on the formula that you're talking about.
I would love to work on that, as Mr. Representative Terry mentioned. I think we can find it. I think it's desirable enough and it's profitable enough to make it worth the effort.
Fair enough. Representative Herbert has another question.
Would you believe there's actually a book everybody could read about public banking, and it goes beyond just North Dakota. And around the world, there are a lot of public banks. They're as common as dirt. So it's not a some sort of strange balloon in the sky. They're all over the place. The United States doesn't have but one. And I've read the book, and I've gone through it. But Brown wrote
Public
the
banking
book.
solution.
Yeah,
Public banking solution.
Yeah, I
that
read
book's
it.
great.
And
yeah.
but the point is, it's just a bank, and it does banking functions no more differently than the private banking system, except that there's a couple of differences. One is the money does stay in the state, and number two, the priorities on where that money goes into community banks, and the result of that has been a very strong, robust bank, one of the best in the country. And it came 2019. Did that have? That's an interesting year. Was that suffrage?
Okay.
Anyway,
that was a would you believe question,
would you
and I think
believe?
he said
No, would you
yes.
believe
I
that
think he
this-
did say
this-
that he read.
It's
he
not
has
as
the book.
complicated as some people here obviously think.
Right.
And
Fair enough.
that's it.
Mr. Chairman.
It's if I may, just briefly, it's unfortunate that banking has been given this shroud of incomprehensibility to anybody that isn't, initiated in the art. Money, as well as she's written in some of her books, but money is public infrastructure as far as I'm concerned. The currency, we all need it. It's as important as the roads, and it truly is a means of transportation between transactions. And I don't see why we've essentially gone against the Constitution and given this power to these private corporations, private banks, including the Federal Reserve. So, thank you.
So I would hope this committee, since the original name of this committee was banks, that I hope we aren't too shrouded in the secrecy. Representative Terry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And for the benefit of the tens of thousands who are watching live on YouTube and would not be able to gain this information otherwise, because I would have mentioned it to you during the break, your question with respect to credit unions is actually addressed in the document that the sponsor has provided us on an unnumbered page, which I think once again underscores how important it is that we move to the subcommittee level consideration and perhaps think about a study committee or a study commission, because here in New Hampshire, we don't shoot things down just because they've never been done before. Thank you.
That's a would you believe.
The Chinese balloon
And Representative Speary.
after it's off the coast.
I don't think the issue is the fact that it's a bank. I don't think that's the issue at all. Setting up a bank is known. People do it all the time. It's done all over the place. This is another bank. And in fact, the chairman of this bank has said, if you want to set up a public bank, you better hire bankers because no one else is going to do it right. Fine. The question I have is, we have very many established organizations or departments within this state that do so many of the things you're talking about. And what you're suggesting is tear them all apart and start all over again and do it this other way. That's a very huge burden.
Would you believe?
Would you believe?
No, I would say that this bank, well, first off, the bill is in your hands. You can decide to have this bank do as little or as much as you want, in consultation with, I'd say, interested parties, which is important. But once you start looking at the nuts and bolts of this, I think your opinion will change. It's just just look into it a little bit. I'm just saying, I think it has a lot of legs. It has legs. It can do a lot of things for us. Really can.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so since it is banking day, we have the bank commissioner one more time. And Todd Wells. Nice to see you, Todd.
Good morning again. For the record, my name is Amelia Galdieri. I'm the bank commissioner for the state of New Hampshire. With me is Chief Bank Examiner Todd Wells. Thank you for this opportunity to provide information on this bill. The banking department has no position on the bill, the underlying politics of whether or not to form a state bank. However, we are here to answer any questions you might have, and additionally, point out some issues with the bill, the way it's drafted, and perhaps some general questions that you would need to think about if you wanted to do this. I will say that forming a bank is a complicated and expensive process. I understand that transparency is important and I do value that, but there are things to think about if you want to do this. So just some general data on public banks. It's probably addressed in the materials that you've already been given. But in the last 100 years or so in the United States and associated territories, there have been about 29 public banks chartered. Out of the 29 that have been chartered in the last 100 years, only 2 remain. One is the Bank of North Dakota. I apologize in advance if I say South Dakota. I've been saying South Dakota all day. It is North Dakota, just for the record.
They're credit card people, South Dakota.
Maybe. I feel like, yeah, I don't quite know where my brain is. It is North Dakota. And the other remaining public bank is in America Samoa. It's the Territorial Bank of American Samoa. Those 2 banks have something in common about how they were formed. Both of them were formed with a specific purpose to address a need. So my understanding is that in American Samoa, there is not sufficient access. No banks are there. So they needed a bank to provide services to the people who live there, basically, in summary. I think a lot of it has been said about the North Dakota Bank, but my understanding it's sort of a similar scenario. There was like a unique circumstance that was very specific to North Dakota that led to its formation. So just as a data point, the other 27 banks that have been formed in the last 100 years have all been closed due to either regulatory order, financial failure, or the state just chose to go in a different direction. So that's kind of the high level history on public banks. A big question that needs to be answered, well, there's a number of big questions, but the 2 big questions I'd say that need to be answered if you're thinking about forming a public bank is, number 1, will it be subject to the banking department's regulation? And related to that, if it is, it would require FDIC insurance and have to comply with the FDIC's capital rules. Right now, if you want to form a private bank, a plain vanilla one, nothing too complicated, I'd say this would probably be in the complicated bucket. But if you wanted to form a plain one, you're a private entity wanting to do that, you need like some seed money. You need probably 5 million of seed money, up to 5 million of seed money, just to form it, just to make the plans, get it operational. And then to comply with the capital requirements of the FDIC, you'd need about 20 to 30 million dollars just to get the doors open and FDIC insurance, if that's the route you want to go. Then after it's formed, there's what we call a capital burn. So the bank doesn't make money for a while because it's getting up and running. It's hiring all the people. It's getting the deposits in. It's doing all that stuff. So you would have a number of years before this bank would be profitable, comparing it to a private bank. So those are kind of the big picture things. Some other issues kind of tangentially related to that. If it's going to be regulated by the New Hampshire Banking Department, first off, this bill would need to change to say that very clearly. We would be going in and doing examinations. We would be charging the entity. Our examinations, our reports of examinations are confidential because we want to prevent basically a run on a bank. Like if you want to keep that information is for the bank to come into compliance with laws and rules. And that's the kind of the policy reasons behind why reports of examination are confidential. They're private entities performing private services. So that's like another wrinkle that you would want to think about if this is the route you want to go. Another additional thing that I would note is banks that are formed in New Hampshire have to be either a corporation or an LLC under our law. So you would need to pick one of those buckets to make it kind of a corporate entity. I'm just going to list off some other things to think about too. First, the way this bill is set up, the bank commissioner would be an ex officio member of the bank. So I can't run the bank and examine the bank. That's a conflict. Additionally, if the bank is going to provide the services that have been enumerated, it would be the same kind of conflict as the public deposit investment pool that we spoke about earlier. I would be basically I would be running a bank that competes with the other banks that I regulate. So that conflict would exist again. Let's see, there's definitions that conflict with our statutes. I would also say that there would be a similar problem with, there seems to be an advisory committee that would consist of private bankers. So they would also have that conflict. They'd be tasked with like running a bank that competes with them. So these are just all things that you need to think about pretty carefully before you do this. I could go on and on. I think that's, I don't want to like have you guys all like, I'm happy to discuss it and provide any information you may need. But it is a complicated process. You need to think about conflicts of interest. You need to think about what business the bank is going to do. I agree with some of the earlier testimony that a lot of these services are already provided by entities like the Public Deposit Investment Pool, like, any of the entities that were already listed. So these are all things you need to think about. And also, I think this is my 4th time hearing about a public bank before the House Commerce Committee. And I believe not the last time, but the time before that, there was an interim study done pretty extensively. We dove into it a lot, and I think they issued a report. I think Representative Frazier was the
Correct, Valerie
sponsor.
Frazier. Yep.
Yeah. So I think if you're looking for that data, you can go and review that report.
You know how that can be accessed?
I believe through the website. They redid the website, so
I'll make sure we get that for everybody.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, but are you going to ask a question? Is this a
Yeah,
question?
sure. I can ask one. I can ask 50. But the first one I would say, the banks that failed. Do you know when that happened?
I don't have a timeline for all of them, but I believe it's been studied in various reports, so I'm happy to go and get that information for you.
Would you believe I would think the majority of them happened during the Great Depression when a lot of banks went under.
I don't know.
The other thing is would you believe that a lot of what you just said about changing, having conflicts of interest and whatnot, this isn't actually a really new bank. It would be formed in such a way as to do the least amount of changes in the government. You would still be the banking commissioner.
Is this a question?
Would you believe?
Oh, it's changed.
Well, I mean, okay, I'll stop.
You're on the banking committee.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a
You can
question.
you can express all your feelings.
Yeah,
at
I'll
that
have to
time.
dust off my book.
I know.
Thank you for your question.
All right. Everybody all set? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one more card left. Ryan Hale from the evil lobbyist organization called the New Hampshire Bankers Association.
Well, I'll be short because I think the commissioner did a great job highlighting some of the concerns that we share with this bill. But Chairman Hunt, honorable members of the House Commerce Consumer Affairs Committee, for the record, my name is Ryan Hale, again, Vice President of Government Relations for the New Hampshire Bankers Association. We represent 38 member banks employing roughly 6,000 people. I'm here today to testify in strong opposition to House Bill 648 as drafted and previously mentioned. This bank directs the state to establish a state-run bank to take public deposits and make loans to public entities, not private individuals or legal entities. We heard some arguments on why this institution is needed. But the cost potential problems we see are numerous. In particular, we see this legislation raises several questions which we think warrants particular attention. For example, is there a need for a public state bank? As already mentioned, there's many public quasi-government lending agencies within the state. We have the New Hampshire Business Finance Authority, New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. We have the Public Deposit Investment Pool. All provide services to state and local municipalities. As mentioned also, this is the 6th time in the past 15 years this proposal has come up. I believe this proposal is nearly identical to the 2019 proposal, which I think failed in committee or received an expedient to legislate. Almost, if not unanimous recommendation out of this committee. There is also, as part of the cannabis legalization bill last year, there was a state bank proposal that was put in there to establish a state bank if financial services were not made available to the state. In Ways and Means, they quickly removed that provision after we articulated the concerns of establishing a state bank. The commissioner mentioned between 1917, 2017, there are 29 public banks. Only 2 exist today. North Dakota as well as American Samoa Bank. Again, for the reason that at the time there was not sufficient banking services. The other question we have is, will the public funds be insured? This bill is unclear whether or not these funds will be insured. State charter banks in New Hampshire are required to have FDIC insurance. The question comes about is what happens if this bank fails? Who's responsible? It's our understanding most likely it would be the taxpayers that would be responsible for failure of that bank. The commissioner did a good job, I think, highlighting the conflicts of interest. One additional is unclear as the department's funded by its regulated entities. It's unclear would these regulated entities subsidize the cost of the department overseeing the state bank. That would need to be addressed. And then also, how much will the bank cost to operate? It's tremendously expensive. The question about capital was raised. This bill, there wasn't a fiscal note. However, if you look back, I believe in the 2019 proposal, which I believe again is nearly identical to this bill, I believe the treasurer's analysis at the time was about $50 million in capital for that bank. Additionally, the sponsor mentioned the Nelson A. Rockefeller Center at Dartmouth. They analyzed the 2016 state bank, and it concluded it would need as much as $63 million in capital to meet the minimum capital requirements at that time. Additionally, the California State Treasurer, and this is very narrowly focused, but they commissioned a study back in 2018. They used Level 4 Ventures to look at establishing a state bank for cannabis. And again, very narrow, but in the end, and it speaks to some of the points the commissioner made, just under $1 billion would be needed in capital. Again, different economic environment. However, to just illustrate that, additionally, the bank would lose money for what they said was about 12 years and wouldn't see net dividends for 25 to 30 years after the bank opens its doors. So in closing, actually before I close, just a couple other points I'd like to make. The sponsor had mentioned that this wouldn't compete with the banks in the state. I would argue that our state banks, as well as national banks, have public accounts, municipal deposit accounts, and do bank with the state as well as municipalities. As far as money leaving the state, there was a bill a couple years ago that opened the door to out-of-state chartered banks coming into the state to take municipal deposits. And one of the things we were concerned with was the money leaving the state. So we put a lending test in. We worked with the sponsor to include a lending test requiring that the bank, these out-of-state chartered banks, must lend equal to the amount of deposits they take to ensure the money is invested back in New Hampshire. And I think the last thing is when a bank bank takes municipal state funds, public funds, they have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure, to the state, to the municipality. So in closing, for all the reasons I listed, we're in strong opposition to House Bill 648. It's expensive, it's risky, and I would respectfully ask the committee to do as this committee has done in the past and move it inexpedient to legislate. And I'm happy to take any questions the committee may have. And I do have written testimony that I will hand out.
The clerk
so I'm sorry
appreciates that.
Yes,
Thank you.
sorry, I forgot to mention that at the beginning, but I do have written testimony.
Okay. Any questions? Oh my God, Representative Herbert, and you really have a question this time.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but there is a lot of deposits of state monies or city monies, municipal monies here and there and everywhere, and they're scattered in. I was just wondering, maybe the commissioner can answer this, is what is the largest single deposit of public money? How much is there and where is it?
Thank you for the question. I do not know the answer to
The
that
state treasurer
question.
has left
State-
the room.
Yes. But
Okay. Anybody else? We're all set? Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
thank you.
I have no more cards. Anybody else want to testify? Seeing none, we close the public hearing on House Bill 648 and we'll send it to the banking subcommittee.
Just a note on that last bill. That's you and the rest of us.
I would always kick it down. This is a kick it down. Because what I would do, those are, I think it's all crazy. Okay, like you could pull up, like they would pull up the, eventually we would have the,
Okay.
So now what you do is go back and look at the docket. And then you get the calendar and see if it's really I don't want the same exact thing. If you go now, go to docket. Yes.
Question. The subcommittee on legalization of cannabis, it looks like that's a special subcommittee with 6 specific people. So that's a special subcommittee with this people listed. Right, but I'm on there and I'm not on the liquor committee. Right, but I'm on this special committee. Well, it says here, I'll bring it over.
Okay, Matt, come on up. So this past year, I was on two study committees. The first one we did this morning, the Public Deposit Investment Pool. And then I'm also appointed to the History Committee. And David Welch used to be on, but he didn't run, so I'm now supposed to know the history of this building and well, this is a post office, but the State House, and so one of my very first meetings, the subject of liquor came up, and they said, "Aren't they glad that I'm here?" And so what you're going to learn now is another inside baseball type issue of how the liquor committee helps promote New Hampshire history.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're, just so I'm clear, we're talking about 248.
248.
Okay.
Right.
So yeah, I believe the intent of this bill is, as you all know, we have our commemorative bottles that come out. And I believe the intent of this bill is to allow the Legislative Historical Committee to use that money for other responsibilities. As you can see, the language here that's deleted is relative to directing funds towards the preservation of the Hall of Flags. And this would simply allow them to use that money for other instances.
Right. The problem was it was limited to the Hall of Flags.
Correct.
The fund was already existing, so we want to broaden
Correct.
its capabilities.
Correct.
Because it's kind of hard to put the Hall of Flags in a commemorative bottle.
Agreed. Agreed.
My microphone's on. So, so any questions in terms of the intent of this bill? It's pretty straightforward. See none. Thank you very much. Unless you want to say something, then. Okay.
Chairman, would you like us to stay up here for 407 or?
Why not? Oh, okay. I have the gavel hasn't hit yet. Okay.
Right. The bottles themselves, who selects the designs, who designs them, who produces them?
I apologize. I don't actually know the answer to that, but we can certainly get that for you. That's more done by the commission side and the marketing group, so I'll have to talk with them to see who actually is the one that chooses those and designs those.
So yeah, just make sure the marketing's there when we do the subcommittee,
Okay. Okay, I can definitely do that.
because we all want to know where it really comes from.
I can certainly step out and make a phone call and get that to you right now if you'd like.
Well, I was kind of hoping it would be made in Londonderry by what is it, Sazerac, right? Sazerac should make it.
Yes.
But I don't think they do. But
I don't think so.
we'll
Just email me
Okay, okay, I'll get that to you today.
Right.
Gavel?
Okay, now you ready for the gavel?
Yep.
Okay. All right, 4 minutes. For us. Okay. Oh, I see. The cards you gave me were 407. You didn't give me any cards on the commemorative, did you?
We did not.
Because you're enforcement. You don't know anything about commemorative bottles. What am I thinking?
We did the best we could
These are
there.
deja vu. Yeah.
I'll just have
Sure.
the other number.
That'd be fine. Okay. All right. So, what's up with this bill?
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. The HB 407 is a bill that has 6 parts to it, and really it is just addressing some of the inconsistencies that have developed from other law changes over the year. I can bring you through each of the sections. They will move quite quickly. Starting with section number 1, it inserts illegal into paragraph 6 to read licensees shall not allow illegal gambling or wagering on their licensed premises. Licensees throughout the state are currently authorized to conduct gambling operations on their licensed premise through New Hampshire Lottery Commission. So this just inserts the word illegal to prohibit illegal gambling.
Charitable giving. Gambling.
Exactly. The charitable gaming.
Yeah.
Section number 2 is in reference to employment of minors and felon exceptions. It removes language in paragraph 4 pertaining to designated persons in charge being required to complete an affidavit and file the affidavit with the commission. In 2018, paragraphs 5 and 6 were repealed from the statute, making it no longer a requirement for employees to obtain a felon waiver exception. The existing language requires an employee to file an affidavit attesting they have not been convicted of a felony, with no way to provide for an exception. This language is no longer required in the statute since the intent of the 2018 change was to allow employees with felony convictions to be employees without exception. I will note too that upon passage of this bill, the administrative rules will be updated to reflect those changes as well. In section number 3, pertains to 17822 on-premises cocktail lounge licensees, and this simply removes duplicative language, quote unquote, and lounge from subparagraph 5Q.
So is this a rewriting of Q, or is Q already in statute?
Q is already in statute. It's just striking out the
And lodged twice, written twice. God, how could...
Section number 4 is in reference to RSA 17826, additional fees. And in paragraph 1, this bill inserts the Nano Brewery license with other manufacturers who produce beverages relative to the fees at 30 cents a gallon of sales and penalties for failure to pay those fees. In paragraph 2, it will insert the Nano Brewery license with the other manufacturers who produce beverages relative to paying the fees on or before the 10th day of the month, covering sales made during the preceding month. Essentially, it's creating parity with the other manufacturers who produce beverage.
Right?
Section number 5 has 4 statutes
And what was
included.
in Roman number 2 that got repealed?
That's in the existing statute.
Oh, it's already
It's already in statute. Yeah.
repealed already. Okay.
Section number 5 has 4 statutes pertaining to this section in RSA 17957. Excuse me. RSA 17953, alteration of premises, repeals paragraph 2, as the division now has specific license types that combines one or more license types and is most commonly used to provide for an on-sale restaurant license combined with an off-sale combination license on the
Right.
same
'Cause
premises.
that was the bill we had last year.
Right.
That's the combination conditional
Yeah.
license.
Right. That was the bill we had last year. Yep. Good.
RSA 17957, suspension or revocation of administrative fines, repeals paragraph 1, subparagraph 1D. Again, in 2018, legislation was passed in RSA 179-23 to repeal paragraphs 5 and 6 pertaining to the felony waiver exception for employees. However, RSA 179-57 was not amended at that time. By leaving this language in the statute, technically prohibits a felon from being an employee because the exception in 179-23 paragraph 5 no longer exists. RSA 178-20 repeals paragraph 5 in reference to the prohibition of sale of liquor and beverages in the town of Errol, with exceptions. Pursuant to RSA 541A39, notification to municipalities, all municipalities are contacted by the division to allow reasonable opportunity to submit data, views, and comments with respect to the issuance of a permit, license, or any action within its boundaries that directly affects the municipality. Based on this notification process, there's no need to have municipality restrictions within Title 13 statute.
So it's a dry town.
Correct.
And they just don't want to have to keep telling you why they want to be dry.
To be quite honest, I'm not sure when the last time they were contacted to update this information. We do have licensees in Errol. So,
Oh, you do?
yes.
So it's not a dry town anymore. Okay.
Well, this is only for the exceptions here are on the restrictions for on-premises restaurants, and the restrictions, they have to be open at least 5 days a week
Right.
for certain hours. So,
Sure. Right, yeah, I know the hour
Yeah.
requirement. I've
Yeah.
had complaints about that.
exactly.
Or days of the week, how many days a week? Okay.
And RSA 178-21 on premises beverage and liquor licenses. This repeals subparagraph 2A4 in reference to the prohibition of sale of liquor and beverages in the towns of Newington, New Hampton, and Landaff, with exceptions. Pursuant to RSA 541A39, all municipalities are contacted by the division to allow reasonable opportunity to submit data, views, and comments with respect to the issuance of the permit, license, or any action within its boundaries that directly affects the municipality. So just like the prior statute change, this would apply for the same
Well,
reason.
you just said New Hampton. I see Newington and Landow.
Newington, New Hampton, and Landaff.
Okay.
New Hampton's not there.
Oh, okay.
Newington,
Yeah, Newington and Landow.
the current
The
statute
current
does have
statute. You're
Newington,
taking
New Hampton.
Hampton because they now have a off-premise licensee now.
Yes, they all do. This should read Newington, New Hampton, and Landaff.
Great. Nothing is ever easy. I
I
told you we don't
apologize.
ever pass a bill without amending.
It was the last one,
You know
too.
the odds
I-
are that we ever pass something that is not amended. Never. Okay. So that's New Hampton, right?
Newington, the way the statute currently reads is the towns of Newington, New Hampton, and Landaff.
Okay. So, a couple things for the committee. This is actually great to see how a section of the bills, these little numbers there. I remember for years I couldn't figure out why those little numbers were there. And then it's because it really is a separate section of the bill, and it's a disconnect that each one is a different RSA that are amending. So whenever you see a bill like this where it has 5 or 6 sections, now you say, oh my God, this is a nightmare, because now I've got to take the statute and figure out where they fit into the statute, which we obviously don't see when you're doing this. So that I remember doing that, and that actually, believe it or not, I actually bought the RSAs. I used to get the RSAs. This is long before they were on the computer, and then I so I could actually follow along, because in the old days I couldn't follow along. But okay, so we need to have an amendment for New Hampton. Any questions from the committee members? Representative Polio.
Oh, good. It's at the top, line 3, Roman numeral 6. Licensees shall not allow illegal gambling or wagering on their premises. Can you expand on that? I mean, it's just liquor licensees can't
So the way that the current statute reads, and thank you, Representative, the way the current statute reads is licensees shall not allow gambling or wagering on their premises. So there's many licensees throughout the state through New Hampshire Lottery Commission or Racing and Charitable Gaming who issues those charitable gaming licenses, which is gambling. So gambling is a defined term in their statutes, and this portion of the statute puts it in direct conflict with what they're issuing. So by inserting the word illegal, of course, that is legal gambling. This would just limit the illegal gambling on the licensed premises.
Follow up. Yeah.
Further question?
Are there casinos in the state?
Yes, there are, but they're not casinos as you would.
They're not really casinos.
Yeah, because
No,
they're
there's
charitable.
They're
no-
charitable.
They're charitable.
They're charitable.
But they are called, some of them are called casinos,
They
yes.
definitely call them casinos.
Yes.
right.
But they're all charitable gaming. That's how they're licensed through New Hampshire Lottery.
And they don't have slot machines or
Some of them will.
I don't think they do, actually.
No.
Yeah.
Well, there's a commercial that's coming soon, I believe, with the.
really, do we allow that? No. Okay.
Not yet.
I didn't think so. I didn't think they were.
I don't know the specific parameters of the charitable gaming license. I'm not sure that they're actually called slot machines.
No.
Yeah,
They
that's
might-
why.
They
that's
might
why.
look like
Yeah,
it.
there's
I-
another
again,
name for
I
it.
don't know the official
Oh,
parameters
I know what
of
they
it,
are.
but-
They're live horse racing.
It's something more than
Yeah,
that.
historic horse
No.
racing.
They're historic horse racing, but they're on the TV rather than
But
you're
that's
sharing it.
something else,
You know.
yeah.
But again, it's something that we allow now with the charitable gaming.
And just another question about social clubs. Social clubs, they do gamble there because they have these tickets. Do you govern the
Full tickets.
what's-
We do not. That is all done through New Hampshire Lottery Commission too, but they are all licensed to do that, yes.
and follow up on the
Further
social
question?
clubs?
One more time.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Does the liquor commission investigate or just go into social clubs like they do restaurants or bars?
Thank you for that question, Representative. And yes, we do. The premise inspections by our investigators are conducted on all New Hampshire licensees.
Great.
So,
Thanks.
yes, thank you.
Yes, Representative Gibbs.
This is a request for clarification. Looking at the specificity of the language, as I understand it, the language of the existing statute, particularly in regard to the operation of restaurants and cocktail lounges, my question is, why is this level of specificity in the statute at all? Why isn't this left to administrative regulation?
Thank you, Representative. In which statute were you referring to on that?
You're talking about section 3. Yeah. So I can actually answer this question. New Hampshire does not have bars. We only have restaurants. And that a restaurant, as long as it's serving food, actually has a cheaper license than if they want to close the restaurant. And the restaurant, and that moment of closing, which is usually 9 o'clock, I think, is when the magic hour. And then they have a space that they're going to call the cocktail lounge. And so, yes, there is this very distinctive statute. You can see in terms of the operate 3 hours. Open. This is all because we're now articulating what makes it permissible for that restaurant to stay open without the restaurant staying open. Because otherwise, because now for all intents and purposes, it's a bar. So that's why we have this long statute. And the only reason I know all about this was way back when I did I was chair of the subcommittee for the Smoking Act. And the Indoor Smoking Act, we were basically changing the law in New Hampshire from where you just look for non-smoking signs to now you only can go where there are designated smoking areas. And the hot spot was what we're going to do about restaurants. And so we specifically, we came to this statute, and I never really, this is long before I ever did any liquor laws legislation, where we came in with a restaurant and hospitality. By the way, there's this definition of a cocktail lounge, and that was bingo. That was where we were going to allow smoking up until about 10 years later, and that got repealed in terms of smoking in a cocktail lounge. So that's why. Except if you're, well, social clubs are different, but so that's why this is so particular in detail, was to really articulate what is that space that is a, for all intents and purposes, it's a bar, but it's a bar inside a restaurant. That answer your question?
Yep.
I guess I still have the question.
This
Of-
was a subcommittee.
No, you go ahead. Go with your question.
Thank you. Why isn't that level of detail left to administrative regulation?
By rules. Why wasn't it left to rules?
Sorry?
That's what we call it, rules. Yeah. Why wasn't it left to rules?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, I used to have a running joke. I said, you know what I think? All rules should expire, and we should then bring them in and put them in the RSAs, so people didn't have to go look at two different places for all the laws of the land. But what happens is that the legislature, in its wisdom, can create a concept, create something. But that if we were to spend the time to go through, and there's a lot of words here. So if we were to go through this and create all these words, you would say, oh my God, you know, it'll take forever. It would take forever to pass. Well, it probably did take a long time for this section to pass. Rules, for some committees, rules are great. Let's just do everything by rules. And other committees, no, we want to have a lot of statute, I grant you this is a very long rulemaking section, but it was compelled to make this clear. I would say this didn't pass in a year. It took a while for them to get all these words together. And it is for most people who have to read the laws. That if I were a liquor licensee, it'd be nice to see things in the statute rather than having to go look at rules. And that's all. No particular reason.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Representative Velo.
Two questions related to the section about persons in charge of the premises.
Okay.
The first is that we've struck the language related to an affidavit for the person in charge that they're over 18 and not convicted of a felony. But then at the end of the paragraph, there's added language that licensees shall maintain a record of all affidavits for persons in charge. So have we created a contradiction there that we no longer require an affidavit, but we're requiring an affidavit?
Thank you, Representative. So there's really essentially two different scenarios where affidavits were presented. One was for persons in charge and one was for ownership. So the ownership and felon exception waiver process still exists in statute. So we do need that affidavit still. And that's what this affidavit is referring to, which is why I explained in administrative rule, that's where that's going to be cleaned up. So we intend on having a form to designate the person in charge, and the affidavit will apply to the ownership for which the felon exception applies now.
And as a
earlier part of the statute? Are they the earlier part of the statute?
we're on page 1, lines
No, I'm
6 through
saying,
13.
So we're on right now. You're looking at paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4.
Roman numeral 4. So we're looking at now.
So looking at the struck language in lines 6 through 8 as compared to the added language in lines 12 to 13.
Correct. If I could clarify, we are getting rid of the language that says the person in charge has to have the affidavit on file that attests to their felony conviction. There's still a requirement for them to designate a person in charge, but this language is specific to the person in charge affidavit attesting to their criminal background. That is no longer needed because a waiver is no longer applied for that. So that language removes the requirement of the affidavit to speak about their criminal background. It keeps the language in there that, if you look a little further, that for the purposes of this section, any corporate officer, member of liability company shall be deemed a person in charge of the licensed premise. Those corporate officers, those members of the limited liability companies are persons in charge. They're automatically persons in charge. They have other requirements regarding their criminal status, so they have to apply an affidavit. So that is the affidavit that they're speaking to here. We're just striking the language that says the person in charge has to have affidavit on file attesting to their criminal history.
Wouldn't it be better to say records of all affidavits, including a felony conviction? In other words, because it just says all affidavits, it's sort of all affidavits are kind of hanging out there. Shouldn't you have some saying, or the records of all affidavits, including, which is what the paragraph was about, which is if there was a felony?
And thank you, Chairman. And I can see the confusion that may cause. If you would like, we can work on language for the subcommittee on that.
I think that was a good pickup. Yeah, all right. Just to clarify, because all affidavits, how many other affidavits are there? Right.
We have
so
a
it's
lot of
not-
paperwork.
It's not about all affidavits, it's about affidavits related to
Exactly.
felony.
Right.
Not the word all. So I would be scratching
Right.
the word all and the records of any affidavits for felonies.
Perfect. We'll work on that. Thank you.
And then one other question related to the section. You struck the language related to a person in charge and a felony conviction, but also in that same area that struck the requirement that they be 18 years of age and older. Well, I'd imagine there's elsewhere in the statute that requires that the person not be a minor. It may seem a little awkward here to have struck that specifically in this section. Would it be desirable to still say that a person in charge needs to be 18 years of age or older, and then also still allow that person to be a corporate officer?
Thank you, Representative. I believe that is covered in RSA 178.3, and we're checking on that now. But yes, during the application process, that's where on all of our applications, which are governed by rule, those questions are asked on those documents as well.
Right. I'm just saying that perhaps for consistency's sake, we should leave the language here that the person is required to be 18 years of age or older, particularly for creating legislative history. If we strike it here but leave it elsewhere, it creates an ambiguity.
Yeah, sometimes redundancy is okay if it's a different thought. I mean, one thought is, that's the ownership. But if this is about the person in charge,
One more person's in charge. Correct. If that were to remain, then we would have to still file an affidavit attesting that they're 18 years of age.
Correct, which would be a very simple affidavit, but it's probably an important one. Just look at their license. Yes.
that has to be kept in file.
And presumably you don't want a minor being the person in charge.
If you would like, I can certainly research that for the subcommittee and if needed, we'll add that to the amendment.
Yeah, just I mean, I'm also saying, what is the purpose of this paragraph? If this purpose of this paragraph originally maybe was the felony issue, okay, but now since the felony's been taken out, so now the purpose of this paragraph is affidavits that the person in charge.
Exactly, and we were trying to limit the number of affidavits. And think of it in this context. We have 60 to 6,400 licensees in the state, all of whom are sending in multiple affidavits per business. So that's literally tens of thousands of documents that are being retained. And since the felony exception for the persons in charge has been repealed, the thought was that there was no reason to submit that affidavit anymore and retain those at the commission level.
I think the part that we're missing here is this is a edit to paragraph 1. Further on in that statute, section 2 says a person at least 18 years of age shall be in attendance and be designated a person in charge of the employees and the business. And then in paragraph 3, it says the provisions of this section shall in no way prohibit an on-premise or off-premise licensee from employing persons 18 year age or older to sell, serve, or otherwise handle or be left in charge of the business. So it's actually in the statute further down twice.
So what I want you to do is rewrite this paragraph and turn it upside down.
Okay.
And this paragraph is about when do you need to file an affidavit,
We can definitely
and
do that.
that they must be maintained, and must be maintained.
Perfect, thank you.
That makes sense to do it that way. Representative Philo, does that make sense to you?
I think that makes it, that really what you're trying to do is specify when an affidavit is needed to eliminate the burden on your behalf of how much paperwork you're getting. So really, you're actually creating more of an exception to when an affidavit is needed or not needed, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
So yeah, I think it makes sense to flip it over and say, when do you not want to be bothered with paperwork?
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. That's legislating on the fly. Okay. All right. Any other questions for 407? So much for housekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
That's it, right? Okay. Okay, so close of 407. Okay, so 304, the sponsor, which actually had a bill after that, and he told me he wanted to release, but he didn't realize that 304 was there also. So we are going to open the hearing on 304 and close the hearing, because I know there are a couple of people here for 304, and we will reschedule 304 for Wednesday is the 15th. Wednesday the 15th at 10 a.m. Yeah. And I'm sure we all have used Safeway once or twice before. Okay. And so I will recess this hearing, and we're done for the day. Okay. So we have a very busy day tomorrow, and 2:15 2:15 got canceled, and then because these last two were Representative McHugh's bills, and evidently he's in Toronto. All right, so just so you give a picture for next week. Next week. Obviously, Tuesday is a session day where we're going to hear from the governor and the governor's budget. And then it's a session, so we'll see what bills get attended to. If you guys all get your blurbs in to me, who else am I missing? I guess I talked to everybody. Looks like I have to do a couple. Okay, so then we'll have some things on the calendar, but I think pretty much everything we have was consent except consumer protection.
When is 6:45?
Which one's? Okay, so that 6:45 is tomorrow afternoon. Okay, so
Yeah, it is, actually.
6:40.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. It's on the
Okay.
calendar like that. No, it ain't.
Okay, now, so to okay, we are doing the cannabis at, was it 1:30 or 2 o'clock or something?
Probably like 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have. Is it today?
Wednesday the 8th.
I have Wednesday 8.
Does anybody have an actual house calendar?
So the House website.
No, that's not a house calendar.
The blue.
It did.
Oh, it did have it today. Okay, then it's today. If it's is in the calendar today, it's in today. And what time is it? Somehow I thought I did it yesterday, tomorrow. Okay. All right, I take it all back. Okay. No, yeah. This is the subcommittee. This is the liquor subcommittee.
Okay, subcommittee meeting.
I thought it was yours.
You can have it if you want, but.
Okay.
Yeah, what Carrie sent out.
Okay. Yeah, that was today, right? I just didn't have, she didn't leave it with me. That's all. Because what happened was 215 was his other bill, and that I deleted his bill, and then I stuck,
Yeah, you took the one off the other.
and then put that one in. Right.
Did you meet here for this?
Liquor.
We're doing, this is
and
liquor.
drugs.
Yeah.
Right.
Change it to liquor and drugs.
There it is. Yeah. No, I now remember everything I did. Okay, so just so everybody, next week, Wednesday is a D-Day where we got to get everything done. So I will be, after the hearing we have on Safeway Glass, then we'll be doing subcommittees on all the early bills. And then we'll exec them in the afternoon, and because they have to be out Wednesday, well, technically Thursday. And then Thursday, I'll start scheduling more subcommittees on the different divisions. So I'll probably do one of them in the morning, one in the afternoon. I haven't figured that out which one I'll be doing. So pay attention to that for Thursday. Because session is Tuesday. And I just want to stay on top of everything. We'll probably, assuming we're going to get enough done, I'll try to schedule another exec session for the following week before we go on vacation. And yes, we will be going on vacation.
Yes, we do.
Okay?
Very well.
Okay. Okay. We'll open up the subcommittee on 639 and the opening up the conversation here. And that is evidently there was a fair amount of mailings that went out to, well, I don't know. I don't remember seeing all these, but I guess I wasn't paying attention enough. But of people who were upset that things were taken out of, in my amendment, they were taken out of 630, the original bill, that they would like to see back in. So one of the issues was the self-cultivation. All right, self-cultivation is actually another bill that's in criminal justice right now. Okay, so so what else? What am I? Next thing is licensing. Which may include. So what are?
It's just a list of all the concerns with the amendment.
Okay, so I guess we'll go through this list here. All right, personal liberty and annulment. Okay, unlike the introduced the bill, does not allow secure home cultivation. So I'm explaining why I took home cultivation out. You know, it's going to be addressed in other bills, so why do we want to address it in this bill? Removes the robust annulment and resentencing provisions for past cannabis conviction. Again, that's in criminal justice.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Jared over here.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So just on just that logic, not even necessarily this point, but it was I kind of equate that to the nano brewery where we were thinking, yeah, it might be in another bill, but what if that bill doesn't pass? And so if it's a good piece, shouldn't we pass it? And then if there's another bill that passes something similar, then we can kind of deal with it then. But we would hate to exclude something that we do think is important because it's in another bill, and then that other bill passes and it's now missing from the bill.
Okay. So if you guys want to add back in stuff into 639, I guess I just need to know, you know, it basically, if I take all this list of stuff here and go find it in the original 639 and stick it on the amendment.
Well, I think, you know.
I mean, obviously, do you believe me when I say that we don't really want to muck up this bill with homegrown?
I think we want to pass 6 as is. The vet cannabis bill as is, as was presented to us during the public hearing.
You just want to pass 639 as is.
Correct.
Yep. I'd like to hear what some of the other. We have our caucus.
What about Representative Osborne? You were one of the sponsors. What do you think?
Well, look, we can go two ways with this. One, we can make a statement about what a large coalition of people want and just watch it die. Or we can pass something that we think has a shot of being signed into law. On this home grow piece in particular, I know that's a deal killer. This bill will not be signed into law with home grow on it. That's something I think we need to go after in the future. Kind of like with hobby brewing, right? We didn't have hobby brewing back in the day, but over the course of time, we added it. I think one day in the future, after people see that, the sky is not falling and, people aren't running around creating carnage on the streets, as we heard in testimony, that home grow is going to be a much more viable thing politically. But today is not that day. Yes, and I'll say the same thing for the annulment piece as well. That's another one that's not going to fly.
Where is that in the bill?
I mean, do we really think that Sununu is going to sign anything? I mean, didn't he say he's just basically against any marijuana bill? Am I wrong on that?
Well, let me put it this way. I don't really spend a lot of time worrying about what the governor is going or not going to do.
Right.
Okay. What I was trying to do was I'm a big believer of KISS, and to do a piece of legislation that is, in this case, it's just as simple as I could. How can I shrink it down so it's very straightforward and simple? Even in the way this bill, what I did with the bill is that, I haven't put in a tax structure. I didn't put in, the 8.5% tax. What I did is instead is that the Liquor Commission will have hearings. And once they have hired somebody who's a little more of an expert on the market and done a market analysis, then we're better able to decide what is the best place for the fees. For instance, I'm more apt to say we should be charging the fees or whatever revenue to start it at the cultivation level. That the cultivators, when they ship the product, when they sell the product to wherever they sell it to, at that point is where I think we should be getting our cut, much like we do with the beer tax. We charge it at the production level. So but in terms of other states, and that was the big thing when we was looking at what all these other different states, some of them have a myriad of tax revenue sources. So they charge it at all steps of the process. So we might want to do that. But again, that is something if we get into start putting specific things, then you get friends and enemies on any one given issue. So what I was trying to do was try to keep it simple and straightforward. It's Liquor Commission's going to be doing hearings process. They have 16 months to go through all these different hearing, process of what each level, and as Representative Gibbs says, why isn't this done by rulemaking? Well, that's what this my amendment was attempting to do, was to do it by rulemaking each step of the way, that there would be plenty of input from the public, from these people who are all care so much, who want certain things. They would have that opportunity to express it. So if some people say, well, we don't like how you're divvying up the money in terms of towns and health and human services, they want to see it given to something else, that should happen in a health and human service process. If we really get down to going through all the stuff that's in this bill, then this bill is not getting out now. We're going to be holding on to this bill till next
Mr.
year.
Chair, but isn't one of the main issues that from the folks who put this together not having the Liquor Commission oversee this, that it was going to be an independent?
They had an independent commission.
Right.
Yeah.
And you think that's a good idea?
Well, I just need to ask you, how did you come up with that amendment? It took you half an hour to come up with that amendment that you were proposing last time we met? Like,
No.
who helped you with that amendment?
Yes, the Liquor Commission. I did go through it with the Liquor Commission. Yes.
I'd like to ask Mr. Osborne, Representative Osborne, how you feel about the Liquor Commission overseeing it, since you were a sponsor.
Look, I don't like it. I don't like the original bill. I am a co-sponsor of a bill over in criminal justice that I prefer, that simply just eliminates the statutory reference to marijuana. But that's, I live in the real world. We got to try to figure out what we can actually get passed through the entire process. And like I said, I'm fine. I filed this bill on behalf of a coalition, and I will stand by whatever everybody wants to do. So if everybody wants to just make the statement about what our ideal world that we would like to live in is, I'm fine with that. But if we want to try to actually get something passed into law, the Liquor Commission is the path to get that done.
So I'm not quite sure why you co-sponsored a bill with many other agencies and individuals that took them a year to were you a part of putting together this bill, or did you just put your name on it?
They came to me at the end of the process.
So yes, the answer is yeah. He put his name on it when they asked him.
That's all I wanted was an answer.
That's it.
So are we really, I mean, you talk about, you think this could get through, which is, that'd be great if we get something through. I definitely want that, but obviously we have to go through what we want in there for sure, whatever we push through this committee, but also, do we think that there's any reasonable chance that this is going, if the governor is going to veto it, most likely, if we take him at his word, then I would say let's lean on a statement of what the best build is. We can signal for next year or whenever in the future. That's my thinking on it. But if somebody else has a different view on it, let me know. I mean, I think let's put the best bill we think we would like to see, and if we can't get that, then we at least because it sounds like we're going to get nothing. Is my guess. If I'm wrong on that, then
Right.
tell me you think I'm wrong. But if we actually think the chances of us passing anything related to this topic are slim to none, then let's push through what we think is best to give a blueprint for the next session, the next year, whatever, when maybe we have a more favorable environment. That's my view on it. I'd like to hear other people's opinion.
I just I'm at a loss. I feel like this is like binge watching the Jerry Springer show. I mean, it just one episode after another. I think it's been how many times? 6, and I'd really like to figure out a way that we could get something through, but I don't know what the answer is. I really don't.
Well, I think I have the answer. That's the whole point. That the signals, the hand signals that I was getting, is from the senators. Okay, and I'm not talking about the governor now. From the senators, the comfort level was what we had, originally introduced, last year, which was the idea that the Liquor Commission was going to run it. Obviously, after thinking about it and trying really hard to figure out a way to make that work, it's obvious that the right way to do it is the way the Liquor Commission now enforces not so much the liquor, but how we enforce the tobacco. And that is, we deal with licensees, and the licensees deal with the producers and the tax. I think no one's ever complained to me or ever said anything that the Liquor Commission does a lousy job of regulating cigarettes. In terms of the taxing and enforcement and doing their stings and making sure that young people don't get sold. So that the idea was that I realized that everybody had. There are lots of other issues. I mean, I listened to law enforcement, and I listened to, in terms of these different organizations who are looking for monies and how to get the money, or even the the medical marijuana, ATCs, whatever they call them. So my goal was to take out of the bill all that stuff, extraneous stuff, and keep it simple to that it's a framework to get this legislation passed, knowing full well that yes, it gives a lot of power to the rulemaking process at the Liquor Commission, because they're the ones who certainly have done plenty of rulemaking and when it comes to either cigarettes or alcohol. But they have a process and have plenty of opportunity for public input in all those steps to get there. And that when it comes to what is the right taxation, what is the right, someone's complaining about how much THC is in there. All those things we have written in this bill, the way I've written it, that's going to go through a rulemaking process and have it processed. And I just think that when it comes to people who have been fearful of passing the original marijuana bills, is because they're worried about this piece or that piece or this affirmative act, this thing. But when you end of the day say, do you really want to pass it or not? And they say, well, yeah, I want to pass something. So the only way we can get moving forward is to begin that process, to having hearing process, to take those different steps. But at the end of the day, it's about licensure. And as much as I would love to have state stores, that's just not going to happen. But it is to have someone who, an entity that's known how to do this. They do I think they do a good job. They bring in a hell of a lot of money to the state because their motivations are in the right place, how to maximize the profit. And I realize that I'm not going to please all the people all the time. But if there's, specific things in this list of what they were looking at that you really think that needs to be addressed or needs to be solved, rather than waiting for rules, then I'm certainly willing to discuss it. But to pass that bill in its current form is just, it's got too many warts on it, I guess is the way I would call it.
Well thought out.
No doubt is well thought out because they covered everything.
But did you not, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I thought that you had pulled that amendment. That's what we had heard, that you pulled that amendment.
What do you mean by pulled?
That you pulled, that you were not putting it forward anymore. That's not true?
The amendment I have in front of you is the amendment that I want to go
Okay,
forward
you do
with.
want to go through. Okay.
That what the problem was is I was speaking about what I thought was in it. Okay, because I had this concept and it changed. So that and the big change was that we were not going to do the RFPs for the who would be operating the stores. That we are going to have a licensing, and that we will certainly give guidelines for the zoning and in terms of towns and what they're going to do with zoning, and they will determine where or how many they want in their community. In terms of so there really is no limit to the amount of numbers of them, even though it says in there that the commission may limit to them. So the commission will have a public hearing and get inputs from anybody who wants to input on what is the appropriate amount, whether we should limit license or not, or whether or what that is. So that would be done all by public hearing, and there'd be a public process rather than for me to just pick a number and pull it out of my my hat and just stick it in there. It gives that opportunity so that all these people or all these issues that they have, they can certainly bring them. But I didn't want to. I was taking out things that were unrelated to how we were going to structure a system to sell it in the state, and that is the homegrown. I just said this. And like I say, once I found out it was that bill already exists. Why put it in this bill? Why we don't? I know the old saying, we don't want to create a Christmas tree here. We want to keep it simple, keep the focused on what the bill is attempting to do. So all I ask is read that amendment with that light. That is there something, if you see something in these where people say we really need to create this issue or put it in there,
This is a big change. Do you think we should have a public hearing for
Yes,
some of the people?
exactly what I'm thinking.
'Cause this isn't like a little amendment. This is like a
Yeah, and plus I
rewriting
think
bill.
a lot of the Republicans have not seen that document delineating what some of the perceived problems are from that group that put the original bill together.
Right.
I agree with Jared 100%. I'd like to hear from the stakeholders.
Okay. But they're going to be asking to put some of these things back into the bill.
Probably, yeah.
So what I'm asking you is, you go through and tell me which ones you think really should be put back in the bill.
Well, again, I think
I couldn't tell you for sure. The one that bothers me the most is the idea that there could be anybody saying that there should be a fixed number. And I know that you just explained that that's not what you're.
It actually, did it say that in the bill? When I read the amendment, it said the commission will determine.
Right, and that's what I'm concerned about. I don't think that there should be anybody determining. I think if somebody is qualified based on whatever the rules are that are decided at some point in the future, it sounds like, through the rulemaking process. So if those rules are, I don't know, you can't have a felony and you have to be financially sound and some other regulation,
Okay.
then you should get approved. And I think we could easily, here's what I'm afraid of. I think we could easily end up in the New York City taxi cab medallion situation where we start off with 20 initial rules, and then next thing you know, those people are fighting tooth and nail never to be 21.
No, I absolutely agree.
We want to
with you.
avoid that, in my mind, at all costs.
Okay.
And I think we should be very
So
explicit
we
about
could
that.
certainly, if you take that amendment, we could remove that line, that rulemaking line, because it's in rulemaking.
So the original bill was going to create small business opportunities in many ways, farmers, all over the state. So now it's the bill that you don't want to pass. You're just saying that.
The amendment my amendment has that. Where does my amendment has? It creates cultivators. It creates manufacturers who then process that cannabis, and creates retailers. All theoretically could be small businesses.
I don't understand why you weren't part of the commission and how you just,
What do you mean, why-
whatever the committee to put this bill together. And you just consulted with the Liquor Commission on what you think the bill should be, and I don't think that's the way we should proceed. I think we need to be representing the people and not agencies and not the governor.
I again, this is not about the governor for me. For me, it's about this is what I do. As a and you've seen me over the years pull rabbits. You know, I pull rabbits out of the hat. I take bills, complicated issues, and I find a solution that we all can agree on. And so what I was doing is that I was taking a bill that was chock full of lots of stuff in it, no doubt. And then we still have another bill. You know, we still have two bills.
Yep.
Okay. And this one unfortunately has had an early departure date, so that's why I was working from this. But if you guys, you know, if you really want to pass it as in that current form, and then see it, I don't even think that one will make it out of the Senate. Okay. So, and then have it die, and then we still have the other bill, and we can just retain that, and then we can spend all summer, you know, wait all fall, getting people to buy into it, and then bring something out in January.
I just feel our committee today is handicapped because I know some of you haven't seen this. I presume Representative Post, you haven't seen this document, and Representative Purcelli. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, but you're allowed to talk during this. You can't vote.
In subcommittees, everybody can have an opinion.
Representative Filio, do you have a comment?
No comment. Just listening to this unfold.
No opinion.
I have plenty of opinions, just none I'm going to state.
We know that.
Well, I wonder if, you know, we could give people in this room an opportunity to review all this, and maybe we come back with the stakeholders and we hash out what we can live with and what we can't live with.
So who mailed it out? Whose email?
That's from the marijuana policy.
What would have been the email person who sent it?
I don't think you got it.
It says my name on the top.
Yeah, well. Says Chairman Hunt. This is from Marijuana Policy Project. And I got this from Matt.
Okay. Reject Chairman Hunt's amendment. Okay. Okay. So is there anybody here who wrote these memos?
You can cover your face.
Does anybody want to come up here and tell me what's really missing from my amendment that they want to see back in it?
It just is.
ATCs, right? Okay. So yes, I took ATCs out because they have a law, they have a structure that if the ATCs want to be in this business and you know wanted to do it, that there's nothing stopping them from doing it. What's that?
Can you come up? Can't hear you.
No, the nonprofit. I've killed that bill multiple times. I don't know what you're talking. I got overturned on the House. I guess so. I guess I don't remember. Yeah. No, that's not when I was chair. That was when I was in the minority. Really? I guess I'm getting old in my old age. Okay. So I've always been against this nonprofit side. This is the thing that it gets me. When somebody makes a deal, when you make a deal, I got a guy, that wine guy, in dairy, and he's bitching about the 5%, and he wants to go to beer, 30%. And when I explained to him that his forefather, he might have not been in the room, his winery was in the business, but all the other guys in the wine business were perfectly fine with the 5%. So to come back and say for us to change it now was ridiculous. So were you in the room when they came up with that nonprofit? Did you agree to that nonprofit? Were you a lobbyist for them back then? Okay. So here's my attitude about them. My attitude is that if we do pass a marijuana legislation, if we do pass it, and they come in and said, we want to open up our own retail store, I would be fine with that. Because I was ignoring the ATCs. I was trying to keep them out of this bill. I did? Okay. I can certainly revise that. I can certainly revise that. Yeah, I don't have, but we can certainly look. And so you think that the ATC, well, actually, I would think it'd be great for the ATCs to become licensed, but that means HHS might not be happy that they're going to lose their regulatory authority over them.
No, it's two different businesses.
No, did they get started in their own business? Yeah, why wouldn't they want to just start their own for-profit one? Okay, well, we can fix that paragraph. No. Because that's a policy decision that is separate from this bill. This bill is about how do we allow legal cannabis use for recreational purposes. They're not recreational. They're medical. Okay, here's what I would like to do. When we take up this next week, would you draw up an amendment for me that you would like to see in what's written in my amendment, how you would like to see that corrected for your ATCs? Great, good. Okay, I'm certainly willing to look at whatever you want to do with ATCs.
Mr. Chair, but
Yep.
we're back in the same boat then. We're asking one person to fix the bill without getting input. And I'm not comfortable with that.
Well, believe you me, if we get to Wednesday and all the stuff is no good, then we can just retain the bill.
I guess the issue is going to be whether we go to the floor or we retain it.
Yeah. Do you want to go to the bill, which clearly is the original bill as sponsored, is got just as many enemies against it. Do you really want to go with that, or do you want to hold off and do something
I'd
right?
like to hear what people in the room want to do.
Okay. Sure. Anybody else want to offer up what they think we should do? Representative Calabro.
I think we need more time to really digest this. I think a public hearing for more than just the amendment might be needed to review it. I need more time to go over it. And I did read that. I think there were a couple of very valid points on that email. I think all of us should have that in front of us so we can evaluate it and really come at this and do it properly. I understand what was trying to be done with the amendments. I'm not making an opinion one way or the other. I just think we need more time to digest this properly. I know it's a speedy bill, but I think there's a lot of moving parts, and dumbing it down is never a bad idea, but we need to be very careful about what we're doing.
Okay. This one is an early bill, but we can retain it.
I'll retain it.
No, you want to pass it
Well, I'd like to have another public hearing
on.
on all the changes.
I don't think we have time.
Because the bill that we have,
We don't have time for 639.
Yep.
We don't have time for the other 5. What's the other one? 5.
544.
544. We can absolutely have another public hearing on its own if we were to do amendment for that. But 639 has to be out of this committee next Wednesday.
Yeah, what if we worked on the other bill? And kind of made
We
that
could.
the,
And just keep 639 in abeyance. Yes,
First of all, we don't have to have a public hearing for you to invite people to speak, correct?
that is true.
Okay. Also, if we do anything to that other bill that adds money onto it, it becomes an early bill. Right. So it has the same reporting deadlines. So it's either pass something next week or hold
Does it
off until
did-
next
yeah,
year.
so it didn't
I
have
will
any-
point out to all of you that, next year is an election year. Maybe you might want to have this vote in an election year as opposed to first year. I don't know.
Does anybody out in the audience want to come in and sort of explain why we should move forward with 639?
In its current form. Is anybody here for 639 in its current form?
No.
Great.
Thank you for the opportunity. Matt Simon, I work for Prime ATC, formerly of the Marijuana Policy Project. And again, I don't speak for the whole coalition. I will say, first of all, the idea of the Liquor Commission being the regulator is not my preference. I don't think it was any of our first choices. That alone is not something the coalition views as a deal breaker. That's been confirmed via email today. All of us have said that alone is not a deal breaker. What we have said is that if if Liquor Commission is going to be the regulator, that there needs to be more statutory guidance and there needs to be some kind of independent oversight and transparency into the process. Having rules approved by GELCAR is one step of that, but we think the Independent Advisory Commission that was in the original bill should be retained, that would provide the kind of transparency we're talking about. It's an awesome responsibility and a one-time opportunity to try to transition from a prohibition market to a regulated market. We think it's really important to do that in an atmosphere where people understand what's going on and understand in particular that cannabis is not liquor. That it is a fundamentally different product in many ways. First of all, it's a botanical product that goes bad after a certain time. So freshness matters and consumers are interested in some different things than a bottle on a shelf. There's another key difference, which is that a lot of people enjoy alcohol, but I've never had somebody tell me, you know what, my life was really screwed up. I didn't know if I wanted to go on living until I found bourbon. And bourbon really changed my life and made me want to live again. And I feel I can be a better father to my kids, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. I've never heard that about alcohol. I work at a cannabis dispensary and I hear that from patients on a regular basis. So for that reason, I think the service we provide to 14,000 patients in the state is incredibly important. We don't treat them like somebody who's here to buy a bottle of bourbon. We ask them what they know about cannabis and we meet them where they are. If they know nothing, we teach them. We're trying to help create a culture of responsible use around this product. And we do not trust that simply putting it into the liquor model is going to achieve that result. So we think the therapeutic cannabis program is very important. I'd ask that you hear from the Department of Health and Human Services before you proceed with anything. And I guess that's what I'd say from the coalition's perspective. If this is a policy conversation of how to do this in a way that works under the Liquor Commission, we'll participate in that. And if it's rushing something that does not give them oversight and transparency, then that's going to be much more problematic. I'll also comment just from Prime ATC's perspective on the for-profit piece. We've actually been neutral on that throughout. Prime's never taken a position one way or the other on that. But our position within the context of transitioning to an adult use market, this is a bill that is going to allow for-profit businesses to come to New Hampshire and make lots of money. And in that context, to tell the ATCs, who have for the last 6 years been complying with every rule and regulation and have resulted in no negative headlines, no problems that I've heard about, to tell them that they have to remain nonprofit while big companies are coming in and operating on a for-profit basis, we think that's fundamentally unfair and a big problem. If the amendment were to go into effect as written, we think that would destroy the therapeutic cannabis program. It would incentivize the ATCs to create separate for-profit businesses and pursue for-profit licenses. They would have no reason to continue serving patients. If they did so, they would be putting themselves in a difficult financial position, and the state would be selling tax-free cannabis. So usually what keeps a medical cannabis program functioning, and in every state that's done this but one, they have maintained a therapeutic cannabis program that continues to serve patients. It's important for a few reasons. One is that adult use, it's only 21 and older. We have registered patients who are under 21, so somebody needs to continue serving them. Usually, it's a tax-free situation for registered patients, whereas adult use consumers have to pay the tax. So that incentivizes patients to remain registered. And patients usually have access to a broader range of products and potencies than adult use consumers. For example, edibles are usually limited to 5 milligrams per unit in an adult use market. Patients often use much higher doses and have been using for much longer period of time, so they have access to a broader range of products. So the education we provide to patients, the ongoing counseling we provide, the products we provide that will not be viable in an adult use market, for example, suppositories are not something you're going to see in an adult use market, but we have those. So for a number of reasons, we think the therapeutic cannabis program is really important and needs to be maintained. And we're happy to talk about all the rest if we're talking about how to make good policy. Thank you.
Anybody? Yes.
Thanks for speaking to us. So you've thought about this more than probably the majority of us on this committee anyways. As you named a few things, were there things in here that you think should be a must-have that have been omitted in the amendment? And we're talking about changing the amendment. What things do you think we should make sure is not excluded or is now, retained from the original bill?
Yeah, number one for me is we spent a lot of time crafting a thoughtful, deliberative transition for the therapeutic cannabis program in a way that made sense for everybody, that wouldn't leave patients behind. The ATCs were not asking for any special treatment. We just wanted a viable path forward. So what we did in the original bill was the ATCs would be able to convert to for-profit. They would be able to get a retail license. There would be requirements that they continue serving patients, that they not jack up prices, that they continue to do what they're doing. It would also expand access for patients and opportunities for adult use businesses, because the adult use businesses would be able to apply for a therapeutic cannabis endorsement. So if a retailer wants to sell to patients tax-free, they have to meet the standards that are established by the Department of Health and Human Services for the ATCs. And if they choose to do that, they can. That's a model borrowed from Washington State that we thought made a lot of sense for New Hampshire. And if we don't expand access for patients, patients will only have 7 dispensaries that they can shop at, but adults will have potentially a much larger number of stores. So we want to expand access for adults and patients. We want to expand business opportunities for both the ATCs and everybody else and do it in a way that makes sense. I think the original bill does that. I'm not entirely sure how that works with the Liquor Commission. I'd be interested in hearing the Department of Health and Human Services thoughts on that.
Well, the way I was treating it was that you would just continue as you are now. Nothing would change.
If we continue as we are now and adult use stores regulated by the state open up and serve patients tax-free, they will be competing directly with us as for-profits. They have access to capital that we don't have. They'll be able to build massive cultivation facilities. They'll be able to poach our staff members. They'll be able to destroy us in
So
a short
they
period of
will
time.
be able to sell marijuana cheaper than you?
I believe they would if they chose to do so.
Isn't that the whole point of the nonprofit, was that you guys were never, that you're going to keep your marijuana cheap as?
I believe the point of the nonprofit status was to make legislators feel comfortable with the original bill. A number of states originally required dispensaries to be nonprofit. I'm not aware of any that still do. What really happens in each case, each of the nonprofits had to seek outside funding and interact with large organizations just to be able to complete their build out and get into business. So it's complicated, but nonprofit status did not create the best opportunities for this business, and it's become clear. So this is just a fairness issue for us. And the reality is, a large company, I'll give you an example in Maine, a very large company has moved into Maine, and they're publicly funded and they have very deep pockets, so they're able to sell $75 ounces of cannabis in an attempt to put as many other businesses out of business as they possibly can. So there are large companies. There is big cannabis, and they do want to come to New Hampshire, and When I was working on this issue in Vermont, we often heard legislators frame it as, do we want to create the Budweiser of cannabis, or do we want to create the Heady Topper of cannabis? Do we want there to be small craft businesses that are focused on quality, that live by New Hampshire values, or do we want to open it up to a bunch of big companies to come in and run everything? I think that's an important fundamental question for policymakers.
I don't know how you control that. I mean, unless you want to say that you can only do so much amount of business, that you're going to, the legislation would say you can only, you have to, a certain maximum amount of volume they can do.
Yeah, well, that's a policy choice. So in Massachusetts, each business can have up to 3 licenses of each type. In Vermont, they were so interested in keeping big marijuana out that they limited it to 1 license of each type. So a big company can have 1 cultivation, 1 manufacturing, 1 retail, but you better make it a good retail because it's the only one you're going to have. They also set sizes for the cultivation tiers, and they did not license any very large cultivators. They licensed a lot of small cultivators and some medium-sized cultivators. There will be no big cannabis in Vermont until, and I think this is a very important point too, and I'm sorry I didn't mention it until now, interstate commerce is going to change this picture completely. And there have been a number of court rulings in other states already that suggest that these siloed state-by-state markets are likely to become a thing of the past pretty soon. Congress probably isn't going to do anything, but a court may strike down prohibitions on interstate commerce, which would mean that whoever gets to do retail in New Hampshire is going to be who makes the money. Cultivation of cannabis in New Hampshire is not going to be a very viable business after New Hampshire retailers can order from, California and places like that. The Liquor Commission succeeds in its liquor model because they're able to create stores that have everything you could possibly want at prices that are competitive, if not better than everywhere else. And if everything has to come from New Hampshire, that's only the first phase of the market. We don't know whether it'll be 1 year, 3 years, or 10 years, but at some point interstate commerce is going to happen. And if, for example, the ATCs can only be cultivators, well, that's just not going to be a viable business in the future in all likelihood.
So you just made a great case for us not to do anything and wait until the Interstate Commerce Act is fixed. And at that point, then we can open up our state liquor model and make a shitload of money.
That's a policy choice. I think we wrote HB 639 with the idea that we wanted to anticipate those potential changes and set all of these businesses up and the state up for potential success while also minimizing any harms associated with public safety and public health.
Well, how so? How did you protect it?
How did we protect public safety and public health?
Yeah.
Well, by requiring independent lab testing for products. That was in the draft we created. It's not actually in the introduced bill, but we think that's an absolute must add. There will be no confidence in the testing regime if companies are allowed to test their own cannabis and put whatever numbers they want on the labels. But the original bill includes statutory language directing the Cannabis Commission to come up with rules that prioritize public health and safety, labeling, not having products that appeal to children, things like that, restricting advertising. There's quite a bit in the original bill. I know it is over 40 pages. I'll just point out the Illinois bill that legalized cannabis was 600 and some pages. The bill that implemented adult use regulated markets in Vermont was over 100 pages. I've actually never seen a cannabis legalization bill as short as HB 639. So I understand a preference for shorter legislation, but there are a lot of moving parts here, and it's okay to take 1 or 2 things out and maybe address them in separate bills, but there is a fairness issue as well. Not just fairness to the ATCs. If people are going to be making millions of dollars off of cannabis, and yet there are still Granite Staters walking around with criminal records for possession, we'd love to see annulment included if it can be, for that reason.
Yes, Representative Sullivan.
You're talking about the independent testing, which I get the logic behind it. I'm curious, do you or does anybody in this room know who tests, like when I buy a bottle of beer, sometimes it's, 5% alcohol, sometimes it's 9% alcohol. Is that just the manufacturer selling us, or is there some sort of process that is third party so that we can, because I don't know of anybody not trusting how much.
It's not tested. It's just the manufacturer's labeling.
So, okay,
Yep.
so.
Thank you for the question. I think cannabis is different in the sense that a lot of unregulated market cannabis is tainted with pesticides, with fungicides, with mold, with heavy metals. So a regulated market is the way to make that not happen in a legal market. The ATCs have stringent testing requirements. We have to have all of our cannabis, each batch, independently lab tested. All of our labels include not just the THC content, but all of the cannabinoids that show up on the test get included. The percentages include all the terpenes, which are the flavor molecules in cannabis. We do very rigorous testing, and we inform patients about everything that's in their cannabis.
Another question?
Yep, for the question.
So basically you're saying because right now it's an illicit market, we need this testing to give confidence to the people, and third-party testing is why you're pushing for third-party testing versus looking at the liquor model where people will test their own.
Yeah, I just think it's one of the most important reasons to have a regulated market for cannabis is to protect consumers.
No problem for me to add that into my amendment, but
Very good.
Evidently, yeah, Representative Osborne.
So yeah, we'd already talked about the independent testing earlier today.
Yep.
We also talked about the independent advisory board, and I know you're not a fan of that. What do you think the possibility of bolting something
Well,
like that?
I
onto
heard two
the
things: the advisory board, and then a new commission.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was the original.
So which one is which?
The
What are
original
we-
bill
what are
was
we-
to create a commission and an advisory board.
Right. That
So-
I was really.
But
like,
in your model of handing it over to the liquor commission instead, because they already exist, they know how to do business and whatnot.
Right.
But what about bolting on an independent cannabis advisory board just to make sure that
what
they
is the
know
purpose of the advisory board?
Well, because the liquor commission, they don't know anything about cannabis right
Right.
now.
Well, I thought we have the liquor commission is going to be hiring somebody, who knows where they come from, maybe Washington or Colorado, or Oklahoma, somebody who knows about what's going on, and would be head of that division. But in terms of the advisory board, I guess I was really fuzzy on what are they advising when it's the commission that is the actual operating of the licenses. But so I was trying to keep it simple, but go ahead.
So, Matt, if I could ask you, what would you say would be the difference between having an independent advisory board about cannabis to the liquor commission versus having the liquor commission having a department within its own agency where they hire cannabis professionals?
Yeah, I think the value of an independent advisory board is that it provides public transparency, and it allows experts from a variety of different perspectives to be at the table when rules are being developed. So somebody with expertise in public health is asking those kinds of questions and making sure that there's scrutiny from that perspective. Somebody that cares about public safety is there. Somebody who actually knows the cannabis industry is there. Having all of this, having them look over the shoulders of the Liquor Commission as they're developing rules and making sure that it is not a backroom thing, that somebody's coming up with rules and then bringing them into Jelcar and not anybody knowing what they are. As I've said before, it's a one-time opportunity, and a lot of people have a lot of perspectives on how this should go. Other states have made some good choices and some bad choices, and we should always be striving to learn from other states and try not to repeat mistakes if they're avoidable.
But I mean, I don't know. You skipped the step that in the rules committee where I hear that they ask for suggestions and proposals, and they take, work those through. The idea that there's backroom dealing with rulemaking, you're the first person who's ever said that to me in all my years.
Interesting.
No one has ever said there was a backroom deal when it came to rulemaking. I've never heard that. I've always heard about the public hearings and the public process. I did hear that we don't make the lobbyists wear their orange tag at rulemaking hearings. That I did hear. You didn't have to wear that when you go to the rulemaking. But Okay. Well, like I say, all of this is going to take time. So, yeah, Representative Phillip.
It would seem that the value of the independent advisory committee or board would be simply that advisory and provide a central point for the industry to provide advice that could then be passed on to the commission. It would be efficiency, I think, of having one central repository where the industry could go to then to provide its input to then be passed on to the commission and provide also that transparency. It essentially would be a public committee that could then have that public record of the entire industry providing that input that could then be passed on to the commission. It actually would provide, I think, efficiency to the commission of having a central repository of this public testimony that could then be passed on, rather than getting that all through notice of rulemaking.
Do the ATCs, do they have an advisory board?
No. So I was part of the rulemaking process for therapeutic cannabis, and I will say that I had to show up at a whole lot of in-person meetings, usually by myself, sometimes with somebody from the ACLU of New Hampshire, and we were the only two patient advocates who remained involved throughout that process, and we took it upon ourselves to always be in the room when rules were being debated and discussed. And there was an advisory council that was created to oversee that program, but it was still trying to figure out what was going on. So
Does it still exist now, the advisory council?
no, it was repealed and replaced with the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. So now we have an independent board of medical professionals primarily and one patient who provide the oversight that the advisory council used to have. One of the issues with the advisory council is that many of the opponents of therapeutic cannabis were then named to the advisory council. So we had to fight some of the same battles all over again, trying to get the bill implemented that we'd had to fight to get the bill passed.
Okay, so the reason we don't want one of these advisory is because the governor makes the appointments.
Well, they're spelled out in the bill, and some of them are left to the governor.
So the problem is who gets appointed. That's the problem with these oversight.
Well, isn't that something that we can just deal with in the bill?
Right, not put them in, right? And I'm saying is that, how they get appointed. It's political that the appointment comes in. So when it was like the Speaker of the House and the Senate President, they make appointments?
It's all spelled out in HB 639.
Yeah. Right. No, in terms of I was talking about the ATC one. The ATC advisory.
The advisory council that
Yeah.
has since been repealed, yes. I mean, it was a representative from the Police Chiefs Association and a representative of the Attorney General's office and a number of them were named, and then there was a patient representative who was to be named by the governor, but then the governor named a patient that none of us had ever heard of and never came to a meeting. So there were some issues.
Okay. So, it's fine. If people want to pass 639,
We can make some changes.
how are you going to make changes in 1 week, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
we'll
Okay.
work on it. I'll work
All right. So we will, if you have suggestions that you want to make to 639, changing to 639 as is, please get it to the committee, and we will take them up one by one and see where we come out.
Did you want to say something? Yeah.
Yeah,
Just a
sure.
quick question. So it's still illegal federally? Right, so I'm not sure if this bill needs to determine what the issues are between the federal laws and the state laws and how they would be adjudicated.
So the federal government has its laws and the state of New Hampshire has its laws. New Hampshire law enforcement enforces New Hampshire laws. 99% of cannabis arrests are made by state and local police enforcing state laws. So if the federal government wanted to send DEA agents to New Hampshire and arrest all of us who consume cannabis, all of us that run the ATCs, they technically have the authority to do that. Congress has checked that authority by passing budget riders that tell them not to spend money to undermine state regulated cannabis markets. So, so far they haven't.
I was thinking more like banking and, I don't know, applying for federal jobs, things like that.
With banking, I'm pleased to report we've had access to banking throughout the ATC's existence. We've never had to deal with cash the way some markets out west have. I don't know if that will be an issue for adult use cannabis, but the only people who can fix it are the federal government. There's a bill called the Safe Banking Act that's been debated in Congress for years, and they could certainly make it a lot easier for financial institutions to do business with cannabis businesses. But as is, in the Northeast, the vast majority of businesses do have limited banking services. Now, to be clear, we can't get loans, we can't get business, the kinds of products that are available to most businesses are completely off limits. We can pay very high fees for basic banking services.
Would it make sense? Would it make sense for you and a couple of your colleagues on the coalition to provide us as quickly as possible with a list of what you can live with and what you can't live with in terms of the amendment?
I can certainly provide what Prime ATC thinks is important for the amendment. I don't know if the coalition will agree on a united set of things. We were united on a drafting process and a process of getting feedback on our draft, and now the bill's been introduced, so we each have slightly different views and opinions on some of the details. I'm happy to try to facilitate a coherent response from the coalition, and if not, get every member to weigh in with what they think their priorities are.
Okay, thanks.
So, do you guys care much about the other bill? The 544? Do you have any love, hate, really feelings towards that? Because I'm thinking that what we'll do is you guys want to pass 639 in its current form or whatever amendments that you can hammer out. We pass that out, and then we have a month to 544 and try to address some of these issues in 544, and we can send that one out.
You mean if we can't come to consensus?
In terms of, I don't know where the consensus is that I guess I was saying that 2 is better than 1 or none,
We're gonna have to retain this,
or in terms of
because it's
retain which one you want to retain.
no, we have to, I don't wanna retain it, but we have to get 639 out.
Well, but we're saying,
That-
let's get a list of things we can live and not
Yeah,
live with and
right.
do it. Let's just do it.
Right.
You know, I don't want this to go away.
No.
Really
And
don't.
then we'll
Right. Well,
vote
then,
on it next week.
and then let the Senate decide which one they like better.
I don't care about the Senate. I do.
Well, yes,
But
we
we're
do.
we're in the House right now.
No,
We
right
need to
now-
do what we need to do.
No, we know that the Senate has their knives out. So
Have you talked to all the senators?
I have talked to senators, yes. But notwithstanding this, I'm trying to facilitate passage. So if there's a interest that says that get their heart set on 639 because they all worked so hard on it and believe in what's in it, and you guys have decided that you believe in them,
Yeah.
then I think we should do a bill. We have to. It's a tight window.
Yep.
You get an amendment done and ready, and we'll vote on it Wednesday, and send it to the House floor. It still has to go to finance or a second committee, anyways. I think it's finance. And in the meantime, then I can work on the other bill and have my amendment and take what those things that I think are worth working on, and if people want to think it's really important to know what the tax structure is right away, and they don't want to have a hearings process because they think they're behind the scenes stuff going on in a hearings process, then I'll try to shrink some of those down.
Would it, once we get that information, hopefully be quickly, could we have a Zoom or something just to see what we agree on? What kind of process can we do?
Well, we don't need Zoom. We can schedule. I mean, I would do is I would schedule after, if you want it, should have it, you could have it by Tuesday, so we could do
Okay.
after session.
All
I'll
right,
put
that
in the
would work.
schedule that after session, we'll have a subcommittee on 639. And hopefully we'll hammer up some, what you want to run with. But I will be frank that I still think I'm right. that this bill is never going to make it, and so therefore let's give the Senate a choice. I'm pro-choice.
So would you be able to get us something before Tuesday, next Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I certainly can from our perspective.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Right.
If we wanted to, we could continue this meeting to tomorrow, the next day, or any other time, correct?
This is a subcommittee, so we could schedule right away. Yeah. So we could
Throwing
schedule.
that out there.
So when would you like the structure is well, I guess what structure, which bill are you working from? What did you want them to be working on? Do we want work on the original 639 in its current form?
To see what we can tweak to a compromise between that.
Well, I assume all these things here are in 639.
Yeah.
The original bill.
Yeah.
So that's just passing 639 in its current form.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to point to that. I
Okay.
meant to compromise between what's there, what we're going to get from Mr. Simon, and your amendment, to see what we can pull
Yeah,
together.
but which bill are you working from? Which one?
639.
As an unamended, the original
Yeah,
bill.
as
639.
unamended, right.
So, but you're asking them to make changes to 639, and they don't have. I don't assume they think 639 is perfect.
No, he was just saying that he's able to discuss with the commission changes that we were just discussing to make it an easier pass for
And they
us.
said they could live
addressing
with the
some of
liquor commission,
Okay.
I think it's a question of what changes his organization can live with. That
Yeah,
he
that
wanted to provide.
would have been with my amendment. I'm
You didn't discuss with them your amendment.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm a little fuzzy on what we're doing because I just heard a presentation to say that we liked 639 as presented in its original format.
But they're willing to make some adjustments.
Yeah, he said he was willing to
It
compromise.
said, so you guys are ready and raring to make changes to the bill as introduced?
He has to consult with the others.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay, I guess I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, no,
Okay, I didn't hear that
He's willing
that
to
you.
compromise.
Okay.
Jason.
All right.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I've already spoken with a number of other members of the coalition and have asked them similarly to provide list of their requirements within the framework that you provided under the Liquor Commission.
Cool.
So
Okay.
everybody is on that page
That
working
way.
toward that
Okay.
goal.
So we want to schedule this. I guess we're free Thursday. Do people want to come in on Thursday?
Mm-hmm.
Or we can do it Wednesday afternoon? All right, we're already here. So what time, anybody has the Wednesday calendar?
Bill was 215.
Okay.
It's right here.
What
Yeah.
is that, Bill? What the hell is that?
It's a long one. It's a Keith bill.
No, Keith, yeah, that'll be quick.
The crypto.
That'll be quick. Okay, so we'll schedule it. We'll schedule it for 2:45. We'll recess till 2:45 till tomorrow, or excuse me,
It's tomorrow.
tomorrow. And at which case, we'll hope to have taking from the amendment, making from the original 649, you'll take in the qualities of the amendment into that? Is that versus the other way around? What do you think, Jason?
Yes, I think everyone understands we're trying to work within the framework of the Liquor Commission, but we want to get all the results that we initially intended. I've already
into the
talked
original
with
bill.
multiple people about the issues of home grow and annulment in particular, that those are non-starters. But they're very concerned around what Matt was just talking about, the independent testing, what was the thing.
Advisory board.
And the and just the whole the flavor of the thing where we're just giving so much authority over the Liquor Commission
Right.
without any guidelines. When we already have a bipartisan effort right now
Right.
to try to rein
that.
that in.
Right,
And
okay.
fortunately, Liquor Commission is being very well behaved at the moment. Some of these other agencies, not so much. But
Okay, so, all right. Is your, everybody's charge clear then?
So are you
No,
asking?
not HHS is not clear.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, are you asking that they submit their proposed changes by tomorrow or by next Tuesday?
By tomorrow.
That's fine. Within an hour. They can do it, yeah.
Okay, so we'll start with the HHS. What is your concerns? You have to come up to the mic, sorry. It's a big room. We might need it tomorrow.
Hello, everybody. My name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program within the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public Health Services. My concerns are that I've not been able to follow the where we've landed. And so I'm not sure which bill is being amended in what way. So that was I just have a general concern about not knowing the direction that's being followed here. 639 is a thoughtful coalition developed bill that creates a soft landing for the ATCs, has social justice provisions in it regarding annulment, has an independent advisory board, has quite a bit of pays quite a bit of attention to public health issues. So 639 is generally a good bill. It's a good framework to work on. The regulatory challenge, I think, is creating a new agency, a cannabis commission, out of whole cloth. So what I'm hearing in this room is that there are people that want to give this responsibility not to a new commission,
Right.
but to the Liquor Commission to run. I'd be interested in seeing a bill that replaces Cannabis Commission in 639 with Liquor Commission and leaves everything else the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what does that bill look like? I'm not aware of what are non-starters and what are not non-starters, and I'm not saying that HHS doesn't support or oppose legalization at this point. We're neutral on it. My interest is in the viability of maintaining the therapeutic cannabis program, the ATCs, and 639 has that structure in place that possibly does that. 544 does not. And the amendment that we've been discussing does not either. And so, in my opinion, one option would be to pursue both bills. Your amendment, Representative Hunt, to 544,
Right. That's
and
what I was
639
suggesting.
on its own merits, and see which one gets more traction in the House, and then in the Senate, and then with the governor. Is there a way to make 639 more palatable to all those interests? Would that method be to replace Cannabis Commission, a brand new agency, with Liquor Commission? Maybe. But we haven't had that conversation. What we've had is, let's get rid of all the good work in 639. Let's replace it with a clone of 544. It doesn't make sense to me that we would use 639 as a Liquor Commission bill. We should make 544 the Liquor Commission bill,
Okay.
and have them both parallel tracks, see what gets most traction. The only compromise that I can see, if we only want one bill, is what does 639 look like as is with Liquor Commission running it?
Okay, so
So-
that's our goal. Is my understanding that was the goal, that we're going to try to change 639 to at least have the enforcement mechanism being the Liquor Commission. Is that agreed? Does anybody disagree? If somebody disagree, check their head like this. Okay. All right. So I don't see anybody shaking their heads. And then that has to be out of the committee, so we don't even have to worry about 544 until the dust is settled, once we're where we're at when we take up 639 on the House floor. Okay? All right, so
The
we're go-
direction is clear, yes.
now you're happy, right? Now
Well,
you're
no, I'm not happy. I'm not sure that the Liquor Commission is the best agency to be doing this.
Right.
But I also, as a regulator, with Health and Human Services, yeah, it would be a challenge to create a brand new agency out of whole cloth and expect that this work is going to get done within the timeframes contained within 639.
Right.
So I see that as at a place of compromise. Is it the best? Is it the best landing place? I don't know that. So I'm happy with the clarity,
Is everybody clear? Everybody happy? Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. We have somebody else who wants to speak. Are you still a foot doctor? Are you still practicing?
Thank you, Joe Hannon, former commerce person, I guess. I was part of the coalition. I'm not speaking for the coalition. I was also one of the people on the Cannabis Marijuana Study Commission back in 2018. That was the last large commission to study it. Another member of our coalition was also on that, and he and I, Paul Toomey and I, were people that researched all the scientific literature to contribute to that study. We talked to people back, and this is 5-6 years ago. We talked to people from everywhere that had legalized already, and had tons of meetings with people about how to do it. There wasn't a single person that left that commission thinking that the Liquor Commission was the best option. And I even asked the Liquor Commissioner at the time, I think it was Chairman Malika and some enforcement people that were there. I commended them on making such a great amount of money for the state of New Hampshire. They made at that point, I think it was almost $3.7 billion in 85 years for us. They're one of the largest retailers in the country. I think they're one of the top 10 largest retailers in the U.S. for alcohol. I thought that was great. And I said, so if we wanted to sell as much cannabis as possible, we should put it in the state stores or have the Liquor Commission be in charge of it. And they were like, ugh, not actually the goal. Interestingly enough, a few years ago, Chairman Malika said, I don't remember where he said it, but I can find out if you need to know. Our goal is to revitalize the brand, the way you recognize Disney, McDonald's, or Walmart. We want people to recognize us. So if we put a cannabis leaf on the Liquor Commission's on their brand, how drastically is that going to change the Liquor Commission's brand? Is that the brand that New Hampshire actually wants to have? We've had prohibition of cannabis for so many years, and now we're going to legalize it, but the state's going to get most of the benefits. The state will get benefits if there are other retailers. The free market can provide, I think, better than even the state can in that regard. The Liquor Commissions, and I know the chairman is a big fan of the Liquor Commission model, and we've had these discussions when I was here about whose responsibility this should be. In the beginning after Prohibition was repealed, Liquor Commissions were instituted in states basically to discourage the purchase of alcoholic beverages by making it inconvenient and as expensive as possible. It wasn't so that we can get as much out there and make as much money for New Hampshire as possible. It was to decrease availability. So we're going to put, and that was the goal at the time. I can talk about Virginia. The governor actually said we have to do something about it. It was considered a new weapon against this age-old evil. It's become a big business, even in New Hampshire. That is not the goal anymore. There is a good regulatory system in place. I heard Chairman Malika give a speech at the opening of a liquor store in Epping when I was a state rep. It was about a responsible product for adult use. It's all these different wonderful things. If he replaced the word cannabis for alcohol for cannabis, it would have been the same speech. I think legalizing it, we all agree, is the right option, but who should be doing that? The person that's going to be responsible for selling as much as possible, or leave it to the free market and let people actually decide what they want, where they want, and how it's going to happen. We can still have a cannabis control board having these discussions about, selling to minors and advertising, things like that, similar to what the Liquor Commission does. But, and like other people have said, I'm not against it if that's the deal breaker. If it's only going to pass with the Liquor Commission being in charge of it, I can get behind that, but I don't think it's the preferred method. For reasons I explained. I mean, if we want to sell as much as possible and make it our state brand, is that what we want to be known for? As Chairman Malika said, like McDonald's or Walmart is, New Hampshire alcohol and cannabis, go for it. But I think there is another option. I believe we should pass both bills through the House and see what happens. If they both get to the Senate, let them decide. Instead of worrying about what the Senate's going to do, pass both options. That's my personal opinion. Anyway. I'd be happy to take questions. I know it's not a hearing, and you want me to go. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Kate. Okay. Remember, we're not taking testimony here. We're just here talking about, yes.
Sorry, Kate Fry, I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. I just want to be really clear, we're not picking with which side as far as who regulates it. That's up to the legislature to decide. We are looking at it totally as a public health approach to this. So whatever model this committee chooses to go forward with, we have to ensure that there's protections for children and youth, promoting social justice opportunities and equity, protecting public health and population health, and ensuring that the funding from cannabis revenue goes to direct to reduce harms. So there's some of that in 639. It doesn't go far enough. There's some of that in the amendment I think that you had at one point. That doesn't go far enough. And there's some of that in HB 544. I can provide you the language that meets all of these principles. And in the meantime, I believe I passed this out in the committee, but just so you have it, it has our principles, what's in the bill, and what the resolution is to meet those principles.
I think that's a great thing to pass out. Okay, since I get to have the last word, the only thing I would like to leave, sorry, yes.
Choose the advocate.
I'm speaking from every other corner of this, so I'm just going to give an opinion on this, on what to not change or whatever. But
My name is Heather Marie Brown. I am the patient representative on the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. So although the Medical Oversight Board didn't necessarily take a position as far as whether we would support any specific legalization bill, what we did decide is that we're not okay with any bill that's going to jeopardize the therapeutic cannabis program for our patients. I think Representative Hunt, you did an absolutely wonderful job with your amendment. I would dare say that you should probably have just submitted that as a entire bill on its own. It's that in-depth as far as being the largest amendment I've ever seen.
Thanks.
But I think that's an important aspect is unfortunately your amendment doesn't include that. It doesn't protect the therapeutic cannabis program. It doesn't protect the patients. If our ATCs go out of business, then our patients have no place to go where they can receive the education, the guidance, and the safety and the quality and everything else that comes along with being part of the program. So I just ask that the group remember that in the back of their minds as they're going through and picking and choosing and piecing and gluing, and hopefully that is made to be a important factor moving forward, no matter how you choose to decide to move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so as I was saying, since I get to have the last word, the only thing I would urge everyone to keep in their minds is that the Liquor Commission has another task. And yes, I did write the law. It was not a SciTex bill, but I'm the one who fixed it and amended it and got it passed. And that is that it also does tobacco. And if you look at the model that I did, it is very much like our tobacco statute. So as much as you want to throw liquor and say this marijuana has nothing to do with liquor, I want you to reread that amendment and think tobacco. And what's the difference between tobacco and marijuana? I guess maybe tobacco is not fresh. I don't know. I just want everybody to know that when I was working this model, it was how in the new model now, as you see it, is it's the Liquor Commission is not doing anything different than what it does now for tobacco. And even Kate knows that, and she doesn't like cigarettes. Oh, the indoor smoking part. Yes, right. No, I still think restaurants should be able to have smoking if they want to, but but I'm pro-choice. Okay, with that, we will adjourn and we'll see you all tomorrow afternoon.
Right.
So we're in the house tomorrow, yeah. 10.
In the morning. and then
10.
that's it, yeah.
Oh, wait, do we have a?
Yes.
Caucus
Be
at
here at
9.
10. Be here.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yes, we're in our own committee room tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Because otherwise I have to write it myself. Yeah, oh, that's good.